Hello and good evening, everyone. Welcome to the show. Gideon is with us this evening. He decided to pop up right as we started, but great to see everyone here, and thank you all so much for joining us. This should be a ton of fun, and I just want to preface before we get into tonight's topics and the videos that we are not actually going to be reviewing any comic books tonight. Normally on the show, on the back end, we tend to review the comics that came out this week. But we have way too much news and way too many videos to cover. So we're not even going to touch the slop that came out this week. But I will inquire. Did anyone read Ultimate Wolverine? Snicket.
I did.
I did. Not yet.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I haven't read anything from this week or last week.
And that's okay. I need to catch up on like all of January, essentially. Wolverine as Winter Soldier. What do we think?
I can go with it in this iteration. It's Ultimate Universe. Yeah, I can go with it. It's fine.
What did we think of the art?
Alessandro Cappuccio, he's a good artist. He did Moon Knight. Yeah, he did Moon Knight.
Ah, okay.
And yeah, he's a cool dude. And
All right.
yeah, good artist.
Josh, you're going to say something as well?
Oh, I was going to say that I did hear that he was the Winter Soldier, and I also saw two panels of two characters potentially getting killed.
Yes, it was like, oh, okay, wasn't expecting that.
So. I don't know how I felt about that, but it makes sense because he is brainwashed as Winter Soldier. So I was like, okay, I can kind of go with this.
I mean, I was going to say, though, let's be honest. Imagine Wolverine being brainwashed instead of Bucky. That's way more terrifying.
Yes.
Oh, my God. And will you see the repercussions of that in the book? So, I mean, yeah. I mean, it's pretty horrifying. Now, I don't know if Wolverine can withstand jumping out of an airplane and landing and being okay, but I will suspend my disbelief or suspend my belief because it's the rule of cool factor every now and then, and I feel like I got to give it to him. So,
superhero landing, gotta have it.
Yeah. Why wouldn't he be okay? It's not like his bones are gonna break.
Well, his healing factor would take over, of course, and his adamantium would be fine. But I don't know how quickly he'd be able to regenerate from like leaping from the plane, landing, and then being able to fight right away. You know, I don't know.
Splat.
So, splat. But then he'd like, you know, and come back together again. Anyway, before we get into our topics for this evening, I have two covers to show off tonight. First one, you know them, you love them. We showed this off last week, and the gorgeous what's the artist's name again, Drew? Remind us.
This gentleman name is Vu Don out of Vietnam, and this is for Unholy Nightmare #2 preview edition for MegaCon next month.
The gorgeous Vu Dong. The dong that does not stop, Mr. Vu himself.
Max, no G. No G.
No G.
No G.
Oh.
Just D-O-N.
Vu Don. Okay. My apologies, Mr. Don. Mr. Dong. But no, I mean, dude, like I said last week, this is like better than 90% of what's coming out of the big two, and you've got yourself a beautiful artist, and I'm excited for this preview edition, and I'm also a little bit jealous because those who are going to be going to where is it?
Orlando,
yes, for the comic convention there, are going to be able to get their hands on this beauty. So, and it will be black and white. It will not be colored.
That's correct. So yeah, we actually had a meeting with Steve and Murphy about the Kickstarter. What we're gonna do. So for the one way to know that this is from MegaCon and not from the Kickstarter, because we're gonna have this from Kickstarter too. The one for the convention is black and white. For the Kickstarter, it will be in color. So anyone who's got the black and white, you know, you got the special one.
Oof. Oh, a man can dream. Man can dream. If only I knew some friends that were going that could maybe potentially have one put aside for me, but I don't know. Do I
Hmm.
use my white privilege for that? Who knows?
In this case, yeah, it's a limited quantity. So yeah, I'll let you. I'll let you skip a line.
I'll allow it.
Yeah,
I'll
I'll
allow it.
allow it.
Now, that is Drew's cover, but wait a second. I said we had two covers to show off tonight. Whatever could it be? Whoa!
Ooh.
Seeds of Evil. Look at that. All right, Kyle. We've been waiting for some news on your book, my man. So give us some updates on what's going on with Seeds of Evil.
Yeah, we're in talks. So this was a cover from the interior artist Lorenzo Nicoletti. I said, hey man, you did every page. I guess you should do a cover if you want to. And he was like, yeah, I think I can. So this is a work in progress. I don't know if this will be finalized. I got some things that may need to be tweaked or changed here or there, but I thought he did pretty well with this. So I was like, all right, we can show this off. So we're looking at a possible preview coming out at some point. It's going to be, I think it's C2E2. We're going to be launching an ash can. So yeah, you may be seeing this cover being on a C2E2 ash can. So no, I thought he did a very good job with this. He it's interesting how he does his covers and how he perceives his art and everything. It's a very interesting collaboration we have. So it's been fun working with this guy. It's great. He's a very talented guy. I'm more excited for issue 2 actually, because it's kind of something's kind of out of his wheelhouse, how he wants to work on it. So I'm excited to see what he can do, but I cannot wait for this thing to come out. It's been a work in progress, I can tell you that. Been sitting on it for a few years, so it's just kind of nice to see something like this.
Yeah, I was gonna say, man, the last cover we got was the incredible the other Italian artist that I'm blanking on.
Marco Fontanelli.
Marco Fontanelli. Oh yeah, Fontanelli.
And he may be doing another cover. I may have him do another one.
Oh,
So another ash can. And I got another pretty awesome name locked in to do a cover.
Locking it in. Damn.
Uh-huh.
All right. Well, you're dropping them like DJ Khaled. Another one.
And another
one.
And
another one. So I'm excited to see what happens. But yeah, no, this is sick, man. I immediately I don't know, it reminds me of like an old school, like actual, like, you know how movie posters have become where it's like the main face and then all the other subsequent characters like underneath it, and it's just so generic. And like, I like the simplicity of just the one character, but just the profile shot, or just like the half face of
well, imagine a spot foil with the lightning.
Spot foil, pretty
sweet,
well,
right?
You're all about those foils, so I mean, come on.
I'm just saying, spot foil will look pretty good.
All right.
So,
but I do like this one. I think this matches the atmosphere and just the sheer terror of what we're supposed to experience. Other than, of course, Jonathan Marks Baravecchia, who also did a cover for you.
Correct.
So you've got some big names on here, man.
Got some names. Got some more coming. So yeah, C2E2. So I may unfortunately have to go to C2E2. So
unfortunately,
I know. I don't like to leave the house.
Yeah, well, you got to see a bunch of guys in kilts, and we all know how that all know how that ends up. So.
Yeah, so be on the lookout. More stuff to come from Seeds of Evil, but I'm excited to see where this goes, and I'm excited that it's becoming a thing.
Sweet, man. Yeah, me too. I'm really excited to see your creation on this and what you've been able to collaborate with a lot of other artists. So that's awesome. We've got Cajun Corey in the house. Hail to you, sir. He was the first comment. Nailed it as the first one in here. Thanks, Cajun. We've also got Jamin D. Slavic one. I have not seen Tom McDonald's latest video, but is that the one with Roseanne Barr? I have not seen it. Jack Frost says, let's effing go. Just wait. MG is in the house. He says, Ultimate Wolverine was, all right. The order of the storytelling was a bit odd. I could see that. Fiend Machine, more action in that Wolverine comic than the last 7 issues of Ultimate Spider-Man.
That's
Truth.
Honestly, probably the last year of Ultimate Spider-Man. I mean, like, we're talking more like 12 issues. But you're right, Fiend. You're right.
Mhm.
Enzo214, hail to you, sir. Xbox Gamer 3389, beep boop bop. Max is going to miss this and the Rippaverse at MegaCon. No. Oh, dang it. Take my eyes, but not my shirt. I can't miss the Rippaverse. Incredible artist. Congrats, Drew. Seeds of Evil looks cool. Indeed, it does. Indeed, it does. Slavic says Ultimate Wolverine for $6. Worth it?
Was it
Was
really?
it 6?
I mean, that's pretty on par with Marvel #1s right now. They're going
Yeah.
for like $5-6 a pop.
If it's Ultimate and it's Wolverine, two biggest things that they've got in their
It's
arsenal
foil,
right now,
then I'll buy that.
Mm.
But
I'll consider it. Yeah.
mhm.
Gary, he says, meh. Ultimate Wolverine #1, more Ultimate meh from Marvel.
I would agree. It was very forgettable. I forgot about it the second I finished reading it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's as bad as Ultimate Spider-Man,
No.
but like I'm gonna read issue 2, but I mean, this is Ultimate, man. Like I'm picturing like we are getting some cool images of Wolverine being essentially brainwashed, Winter Soldier and slaughtering dudes, but like you gotta take it to that next like and I don't know if that's the editors or I don't know if that's just Marvel in general, like kind of handicapping their creators. But yeah, like your Ultimate line should not leave you going meh.
Mhm.
But but yeah, well, I won't be going to MegaCon unfortunately or C2E2. But plan to hopefully go to, or actually Dallas is the one that I will be going to. That's the one we always go to, especially with Wes. Our good friend Wes going to be there, so that'll be fun. And we got the Rager House. Hopefully going to be scheduling something like that. So it's a party wherever we go.
I can hop on that if I need to. Just let me know.
Depends on if we want to get ladies involved here too, and how many we can fit in the house.
Whoa.
So, whoa. By
What
ladies,
are ladies?
I mean Wes. No, I'm kidding.
I'm gonna walk around the corner and there's gonna be boobs. I'm gonna be like, what are those?
Whoa. You'd be like, gross. Cover up.
Ick.
Cover up, girl.
No, a glass of whiskey and boobs are a good time. So
Hey, you're telling me.
All right. Well, let's get to our next segment here. Some show and tell. I think the guys have some cool stuff to show off. But before we do that, I will mention real quick. So as you guys know, I am still unfortunately demonetized on this channel and will not be able to reapply for monetization until March. But in the meantime, I've got videos that I've been producing for the best and worst, comics of the year. We've still been doing our live streams. And thanks to you guys, our subscribers, and all those who support us and all the fans. We love you guys vehemently, and we can't thank you enough for the support. But if you want to go the extra mile and give us some tips on the way as I continue to try and reach my monetization hours again, I would greatly appreciate it. And you guys can do that in the pinned comment at the Stream Elements link there. And you can see the link down here scrolling along at the bottom as well. So now that I've got my little plug out of the way, let's get to show and tell. So I have 2 things and that's it. And they're super brief. I'll just go first because I know Kyle and Drew have much betterer things than I do.
I don't have shit.
No, you do. You have the 2 covers that you sent last week, 2 weeks ago, that are shiny, that we talked about on the show. I'll put it in the private chat.
Okay.
But this one I didn't even realize it was coming. I ordered this like years ago, and I was like, oh, okay. I guess I have this now. Jawbreakers.
Whoa!
Yay. What's this?
Woo!
I was like, I got a comic mailer, a Gemini mailer in my mailbox, and I was like, oh, is this like a crowdfunded book? Oh, maybe this is, the next. I forget which book I ordered. I think it's the book from Joe M. Sontag, and I was like, oh, cool! Like I'm stoked. I haven't read that yet, and then I opened this up and I was like, oh.
Yeah.
I guess I'm left with this now. So, but no, I will give it a shot. I have not read it yet, so I will give it a shot.
That's not the first issue, is it? That's not
No,
What is
no.
that? Is that the
What-
last? Is that the hell one or what the fuck? What is that?
Jawbreakers Forever.
What the fuck one is that?
Okay, I think that's the new one that came out. I believe the new one he did that he's been working on for the last 2 years, I think.
Oh, I think
But-
I stopped after the last one.
Yeah, Lost Souls was the first one, and actually, there's a copy of Lost Souls at my half-price books where I'm at.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know what's funny is I think, and I don't know if I did order this or not, but I think I ordered the entire, because he did that one campaign that was like for $1, you can purchase all my back issues plus the new book or something, but you'll pay for the new book, but like and the back. It was something weird. And I did that. So I think I'm going to get all the other back issues at some other point later. I really don't know at this point. I forgot that I even paid for that. So yay.
Oh, buckle in.
Buckle in, bucko. Yes,
Yeah.
that should be
Buckle
a
up,
thing.
buckaroo.
Yeah. And then the next one I've had for a while. I may have actually shown this off like a year ago or something, but this is Fire and Honor, a Warhammer 40K book. Whoa! So
Colonial Space
you got
Marine,
the
nice.
Colonial Marines. No, these are the Imperial Guard. This is the 71st 71st Regiment of the Imperial Guard fighting Tau, and I got the whole series. But the interesting thing about this book is that this weekend I'm making a video on the lore of this comic. And then I'll be releasing it on the Warhammer video. So if you guys want, or Warhammer channel.
Excuse me.
So, oh, sorry. Did you say something, Josh?
Oh, I had a cough there for a second.
Oh, I didn't hear what it was
Oh.
that you. Did you say nerd?
No, I coughed. It was like a cough sneeze combination. Sounded gay. I don't know.
Does my voice sound different now?
You sound like a trainee.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to sound like a space marine. Damn it.
Can you, in that voice, Max, can you say the foam police are going to arrest you?
I'll switch it. I'll switch it.
No, you're too late. You got to stick with this now.
Yeah, say the foam police are going to arrest you. Please say the foam police are going to arrest you.
The what? I've never.
Oh, come on. You got to do it in the voice. You got to do it in that voice.
I don't know what that reference is.
It's from Are You Afraid of the Dark on Nickelodeon. There was an
Yeah.
episode called The Foam Police.
Oh,
And that voice, there's a voice just like that on the line he called the kid. I'm Billy Baxter. The foam police are going to get you. And, yeah.
Maybe next time. But yeah,
Damn
I had to show off the voice now that we've got a high production quality over on the Warhammer channel. I had to show off some of the production value we've been doing over
Wait,
there.
they're not
So
supposed to sound like that, are they? That's a joke, right?
Oh,
The,
see, he's saying that. I was thinking you need to put the helmet on and then talk with that, and that might sound badass. Or you're just gonna be like completely hard to understand and sound like Bane and Batman, just not high pitched. It's still retarded.
Well, see, Bane sounded retarded, man. He didn't actually sound good at all. So yeah, that's pretty much all I got for show and tell. But you guys have way better, cooler, more better or stuff than I do. So let me type in
I was
Kyle.
going to say, are you going to send in the private chat what Kyle's supposed to be showing?
Yeah, because I have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
I don't
there you go. I just sent
Oh,
it. So.
Jesus.
Oh, that.
About that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Come on.
Fuck.
Yeah.
God damn it. Hold on. All right,
You
I'll
bought it, so you got to show it off.
I know.
Now, Drew, while we're waiting for Kyle, do you want to show off a couple of yours or?
Yeah, sure. First one I got. This is pretty damn awesome. It's really. I love old EC comics, and I love the artisan editions. They're like the smaller format of the artist editions. And this one was pretty expensive. This is an out of print version. This is the Wally Woods stories, the artisan edition. So it's got all the different stories he did, like all the different sci-fi stories he did with like adaptations from Ray Bradbury and others in here. And the ink work from this man is borderline genius. I mean, it is insane. When you look at these faces close up, what he's able to do with a pen and markers, it's insane.
Dude, that looks incredible.
Yeah, it is.
Can you show? Oh, that's really weird. That's really weird because I just bought this for our comic book club at our comic shop. That's crazy. Okay,
dude, it's honestly worth it though, because those look beautiful. Like those look like pieces of art.
They are, man. It's like I would love to own any of these pages. Honestly, my camera doesn't do it to justice. But if you look at these up close, what this guy did, it is insane what he could do.
That is
and really,
so cool.
I think the best way to see his art is in black and white. Honestly, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Next one I got real quick before Kyle gets back is this. So there's a lot of Godzilla stuff out there from IDW, but in my opinion, the best Godzilla stuff was from Dark Horse, and this is the Godzilla Age of Monsters collection that Dark Horse put out about 15, 20 years ago. But the important story it's got in here is a Godzilla story in here by Steve Bissette. This guy who worked Saga of the Swamp Thing, Steve Bissette. And just look at that double splasher he did of Gojira.
Gojira! Dang, that looks awesome, dude.
Yeah, there's an Art Adams one in here, Kevin McGuire. So yeah, this is awesome to get. Age of Monsters. And another one I got here is, if you guys don't know I'm not sure if I showed this last time. I don't think I did. There was a cartoon series called Cadillacs and Dinosaurs back in the 90s. And this is the collection of the original stories, the Xenozoic Tales by Merc Schultz, the original tales that became Cadillacs and Dinosaurs. And these were all in the original black and white short stories done by Mark Schultz. And these are, once again, gorgeous.
Man, these are 60s era, 70s era?
No, this was done in the late
60s and 70s?
Yeah, so yeah, 50s and 60s for these. The Xenozoic Tales, this came out in the late 80s. This is during the huge black and white phase. Yeah. This is awesome. Yeah.
That's awesome, dude. And Darth Messiah looks like you've got some good picks, Drew, or we've got some good, people in the chat who have similar tastes, because not only has Josh bought the same book, but it looks like we've got some guys in the chat that have the same thing. So Jack actually says that he has the original issues.
That's awesome.
Damn.
That's really damn awesome. Those are hard to find.
Yeah.
So I've got 2 left, but I'll let Kyle go. Then I can finish up.
Okay. Yeah, because Kyle has some dumb ones that I wanted him to show off that are nice and shiny.
Oh, they're the best. So we talked about these not too long ago, that Skybound was doing a 10th printing of Transformers. And so I decided to pick up not just Optimus Prime, but also the Starscream as well.
Ooh.
Both.
Oh man.
Starscream.
Gold foil. They do look really cool. I do like how they put the gold foil there. I think it's nice looking. It looks slick. So bravo to them. 10th printing, pretty ridiculous how they went to a 10th printing, and yeah.
I gotta say, man, I'm not. You know me. I'm not a sucker for the gold foil, but those are sick. Like I do want to get those for sure. Not that I already don't have like 10 variants of Transformers issue number 1 already.
It took so long. Like, where are they?
Yeah, for real. Kaiser says, "What's happening, everyone? I grabbed all those 10th printing covers. Good deal. Good deal.
Great minds think alike."
And we've also got George. Hello to you, sir. Dimitropoulos, the man with the Greek name, the Greek last name. Subhuman 84 says, "All I bought was a large stack of 90s Spider-Man comics." What do you mean all you bought? That's better than buying 2024 Spider-Man comics. So
I was gonna say, hopefully those are like Todd McFarlane and Eric Larson or some ones you picked up.
Yeah, man. Yeah. That's awesome.
What do you mean that's better than buying 2024 Spider-Man? That topped our list.
It did. It was like my number 3 of my worst books.
1. Yeah.
Yeah.
My bad. Top the shit list.
It was on our list. Yeah.
Do you guys think that we might see those books reoccurring in some of the videos we might watch a little bit later?
I don't even know. I hope not. I better not.
Sweet summer child.
I'm fairly certain we will.
Bean Machine called it Tuesday night. He said he's expecting to see a lot of praise for Tom King's Wonder Woman, especially in the number 1 spot.
Oh God.
So
I'm surprised how many times that piece of crap book showed up in multiple different top 10 lists. So crazy. Drew, you've got 2 others, eh?
Yep, 2 others. My last book I'm going to show off. Hopefully this makes Kyle a little jealous. This came in the mail this past week. It is the Amalgamage DC versus Marvel Omnibus, the Jim Lee cover.
I just saw that on Amazon. I have it in my cart.
Yes.
I like
this. Is awesome. It's beautiful. And going back through the stories, some are clearly better than others. Like actually, it's difficult but at times reading some of these. But what's cool in the back, it's got all like the different sketches in here that they came up with, like the different scripts and
concept art
and all that stuff. Yeah, it's amazing.
Who's your favorite amalgam character?
Honestly, there's 2 things. There's visually speaking, and then there's story wise.
Yeah.
I think really
story wise, I don't know if really any of them hold up to the taste test, but
honestly, no. The best one, the best story one, is the Super Soldier one. It's the Captain America Superman merged one by Mark Waid and Dave Gibbons. That's probably the best one. And then the second one, best one is probably Bruce Wayne, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. That was written by Chuck Dixon. It's really damn good.
Ooh, actually, okay, yeah, that sounds rad.
Yeah, and this is going to be my first time actually reading Lobo the Duck, but a few of the others actually look visually. Lobo the Duck, yeah,
that's right. Oh my god!
So
I just always think of the Wolverine Batman crossover, but yeah,
Dark Claw looks cool. He's one of those that he looks cool, but Larry Hama wrote it, but it's just like, yeah.
No, that's sweet, man. It was between I've been trying to kind of save up a little bit of money. Been trying to conserve a little bit more at the start of the year because I just completely got like all my family gifts for December last year. So but one of the things that I would like to get is either the Hitman omnibus from DC or that amalgam omnibus from who published that, actually? I don't know who published that one, but yeah.
Which
So
one?
either way, but I've been hearing Hitman to go with the Hitman over the Amalgam.
Yeah, I would say if you want a solid reading experience, go with Hitman.
Yeah.
That was Garth Ennis, and
That's
he knows
right.
what he's doing.
Yeah, yeah. Subhuman says McFarlane, Larson, and others. Hell yes.
Nice.
Awesome.
Fiend says now 100% Gerard Jones free.
Yes, it is. Yeah. They cut out all the amalgam stuff that he did from the collection.
That's what happens
Okay,
when you
why?
have Kitty, wasn't he diddling
kitty
kids or
porn.
kitty?
Yeah,
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
kitty
Yeah.
porn.
Not good. Not
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Well,
So that-
good for them for
Yeah.
just getting.
So that's
rid of
where
his-
comics draws the line.
Yeah.
Just
Oh yeah. No, you can kill people, but like not the
Yeah.
other stuff. Yeah.
yes,
correct.
yeah. You can drag people to suicide. You can kill them,
Mhm.
but your kitty porn. Okay, that's where the line is.
Yeah. And even then, they're like, society tells us, and so we
Yeah.
just gotta. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, if it's anything like the New York Times Pulitzer Prize winner who is illustrating like,
Yeah.
Trump supporters are just as bad as Nazis and all the stupid takes that everyone else has, and then come to find later he had 134 photos / videos on his hard drive of not so great stuff that will send you to HE double hockey sticks.
He's gonna have
So-
a fun time in prison. He won't even have to drop
Oh.
the soap. It'll be fine.
Oh, no.
But he's a minor attracted person. We don't want to stigmatize him. All right.
No,
Yeah.
no.
He's the victim.
Not a-
Yeah.
I
There was
loved putting them in general population when they went into jail, by the way.
Kyle was just like, today's the day, MFer.
Oh, we always knew in
Today's
there,
the
and they
day.
lasted not even 30 seconds every
No.
time. It was fucking awesome.
That is one universally like hated thing. And
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
so glad that we are like taking a stance here.
There was a guy who
Any-
killed 4 people who couldn't stand that. It's like,
Yeah.
hell yeah.
I believe it.
Mhm.
This is a good question. Darth Messiah says, all right, guys, floppies or collected editions. I'm 100% a collected editions guy. Josh, I know you're big on trades, and I know when we do your shows on Tuesday, when we do like the comic book like club, it's more of the collected edition. But what I don't know. What do you prefer?
I'm definitely in preference of collected editions and trades. I will read floppies. I even do the top 5 comics with Drew once a month to keep current, and there I'm getting floppies. But my preference is to sit down and read a full story, or at least what feels like a full story. So
Yeah.
that is what I prefer.
And Drew and Kyle, are you guys similar? Or
Yeah, pretty much. I'm a collected edition guy. I've got tons of bookcases filled with collected editions, and I got. If I see like a single issue I've been looking for or I want to read, I'll pick it up. But like whole stories, I get to collect. I just bought the Green Lantern compendium during the Kyle Rayner one. So
Oh,
can
yeah.
use that.
nice, all right. Fridging. It was where fridging started. Oh God.
Evil.
Yeah. Jack says Hitman is honestly the best thing Ennis has ever written.
It's up there.
Praise.
It's up there. But honestly, for me, the Punisher Max. It just after he did after the Welcome Back Frank, when he got serious in Punisher, that to me, that's where it was at. That was probably his best.
Yeah, I kind of liked watching Punisher roll over Wolverine in a roller.
In a Looney Tune style. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. That was pretty fun, gotta say. So now that's Ultimate. You want to talk about Ultimate? You have Punisher blasting Wolverine's bits with a shotgun point blank, and then rolling him over until he's nothing but like a just the adamantium skeleton.
And that's just that his tongue is gone, so when he's trying to speak, he's muffling the words, and you're trying to understand what the hell he's saying.
But and Drew, I think you have one other thing, right?
Yes, one other thing. So tomorrow I will be competing in the Comic Book in a Day competition, but not as a writer, since I'm a professional writer. I will be competing as an artist this time. So this will be
Oh.
very interesting. So my friend will be doing the script, and I'll be doing the art. So that'll be very interesting. But tonight we had a VIP meetup with the other creatives, and I bid and won on a bottle of wine that was illustrated by a certain artist, by Stuart Sager. He illustrated on the wine bottle, and he illustrated Batman right here on the bottle of wine.
Whoa.
Yes.
Hold on a sec. Let's take a look at that bad boy. Dang. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's a rare, that's something that you can't just go out and buy.
Nope. He did it there at the VIP meetup. And yeah.
That's sick, man. That's so cool. Well, thank you so much for showing that
Yeah.
off. So are you going to drink that bad boy, or are you just going to keep it as is?
I'm keeping it as is.
All right. So then, like 30 years down the line, you're like, I haven't drank this. I never will.
Yeah, it's like I have certain things I'm planning to celebrate on when they eventually happen. So I think I'm going to popping the cork on this, when those happen.
All right. Good deal. Well, thank you guys also in the chat who've been weighing in on this, on Darth Messiah's question. Yeah, because it depends on what type of, at least in my opinion, it depends on what type of collected edition we're talking. Like, is it like an omnibus? Is it a prestige hardcover? Is it a deluxe edition? Is it just a regular trade paperback? There's so many different like collected works that I think it really depends on who you are and what you're trying to get out of it. Because if I'm just looking for like reading and for fun and, I'm just hanging out and, something that I'm not too worried about getting scuffed up, I'll go the essential editions and check out the black and white art and just look through those. But if I want like an actual experience, I read like the omnibus or the artist editions or the, prestige format, something like that. So, but yeah, trades are definitely easy to read, especially when you have a book like Nottingham, which is like 15 issues long, and it reads so sequentially beautifully, like just from one issue to the next. I think that definitely does it a well done service. Because I think, Josh, even for some of your books, you said when you reread them as a collected edition, they work better than monthly.
Right. Yeah, and see, you guys gave me a lot of hate for my placement of Feral, but Feral was the opposite. I feel like Feral is a book that works better on a monthly release because you kind of get that hype of, oh shit, what's going to happen next? Where when you read it back to back, it feels like a much smaller story.
And speaking of which, if you read this week's issue of Feral, holy crap, man!
It's over there. I just got to get to it.
Oof.
The old woman is back. All right. Well, I think that does it for show and tell. Unless Josh, because you showed us your EC Comics book that you also bought, so that's pretty funny that you got that.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
No, that was just random. Like that was so we did an EC Comics book for our book club a while back because Dave, the comic shop owner, he tries to balance doing like quote unquote blockbuster books that are going to bring people in, and then older things to kind of discuss the history of comics and how things came to be. But the group responded so well the last time we did it that we threw this in. So this is the book for Wednesday, and Drew picked it up. I was like, I know that cover. So Drew has the schfancy version.
Yeah. This book, so it's out of print. This was $80 on Amazon to get that. That was nuts. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Well, George, you are good pickup. I'll say that is a great pickup. You're spending money well spent. Yeah, speaking of EC Comics, Kyle and I don't know if you guys saw this as well, but Kyle and I backed an EC Comics Kickstarter campaign that is going to be printing all of the pre-Comics Code Authority books that like the old Punch comics and stuff like that were banned because of their content, and they're republishing them or printing them. What was it, Kyle? Like 12 issues or something?
Yeah.
So it's pretty cool.
So.
I'm stoked for it.
12. Yeah, crime suspense, like all those. Yeah, all the horror stuff. Mm-hmm.
And they're doing it, I think, on newsprint.
Yes, it's all the original dyes, inks, pages. Everything will be just OG, just like they printed them in the past. Yeah,
that's gonna be so cool. Can't wait.
I cannot wait, man.
Yeah. All right. Well, that does it for show and tell. So let's get right into the news. First up, Brave New World. As the Captain America Brave New World movie is about to hit the big screen here pretty soon, Marvel has released a book that I wanted to show everyone that I thought was pretty interesting. So I don't know. Let me go ahead and pull this up here. Captain America Brave New World, A Hero Looks Like You picture book inspires young readers. Remember, kids, you aren't born a hero. You choose to be a hero. Sam Wilson. Set in the world of Marvel Studios' Captain America Brave New World, A Hero Looks Like You is a heartwarming picture book about a young boy named DJ who steps up to help Captain America, his favorite superhero. What?
That quote goes fundamentally against that title. Because
this one, remember, kids, you weren't born a hero.
A hero looks like you. That's the way you were born, pretty much. Remember here.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it's like, wait, what? What the hell are you saying?
It's so I don't know. This to me seems like one of the most like pandering, patronizing, like, hey guys, don't you just like, you like Captain America, right? Well, now here you finally have him now that we've killed off the other Captain America. Yes, Josh?
Why the fuck is his head so big?
The kid's head?
Yeah. It's like 3 times
Sam
the size
Wilson's.
of Sam Wilson's, who's an adult.
Because the art here is awful and no one knows what's going on at this point. We'll look at some of the interior art, but his head is just as big in the interior art as well. This is a $19, so $20 with tax, page book. It's 32 pages, written by Kwame Mbalia and illustrated by Nicholas Smith. But man, like I said, does this just seem patronizing and condescending? And but I mean, I don't know. I saw the art first and foremost, and I was like, okay, I know that this is a kid's book, but I mean, come on, guys, like we can do better than this, right? Like this isn't official like Marvel work, but no, it definitely is, and I don't know. I guess kids just don't expect much from their kids' book. So, any thoughts on this though? I mean, this is just wild to me.
Oh, someone's smoke alarm going off.
Did we hear that from the screen? Is that where that chirp, like, because the only melanin that fits for that sound is on.
No, that was you guys. No, wait, that wasn't.
I don't have a smoke alarm in this room.
Not in here.
Yeah, I don't have one in here.
Well, if we wait 30 seconds and it's
okay,
it's got to be one of you guys because it's not me.
Plus,
or it's
someone can roll back. I'm pretty sure I was muted the first time it played.
It's one of y'all, and I'm going to figure out.
I'm going mute.
I'm gonna mute.
30 seconds. Fine, I'll mute too.
What's going on here?
Marvel's got some explaining to do because
Max is over
I don't
here
know
with the freaking soundboard or something.
Yeah,
listen. All I did was I pulled up this picture, and all of a sudden the smoke alarm started going off. All right, so I don't know what to tell you guys.
Are you saying Sam Wilson is hot?
Oh, maybe. That could be it. So,
but this is just pandering bullshit. I mean,
Yeah.
It's sad that it's come to that for kids. You know, even when I was a kid, I didn't care what the skin color was of the characters. I wanted to be that character. I wanted to be fucking War Machine. I wanted to be Night Thrasher when I was a kid. And seeing this, it's like, who looks like you? I'm like, it's very, very, very condescending. That's the only way you can see heroes is how they visually look like you.
And that's what I feel as well, like, because the reason why I think a lot of people would get mad at us initially is like, oh, why are you angry or why are you upset that like finally black young kids are able to idealize, or they're able to look up to a hero. And I'm like, that's not what we're trying to say, man. Of course we're happy that, like, young black kids can see heroes in any aspect, whether it's books or comics or movies. But I think it's patronizing and condescending to tell them, oh, you can only identify with someone who looks like you. And not only that, but you can't identify with anyone who doesn't look like you and who doesn't have the moniker of a white man like Captain America or any other moniker that's been passed over to another black character. Because what this does to Falcon's agency is it completely removes all of it, in my opinion. So it comes, and that's what this whole kind of weaponized diversity does, is it says, well, why don't you like, that the black man has a mantle now? And it's like, that's not what I'm saying at all. It's that I think that you're actually doing a disservice to previous black characters who have held great historic prominence within history, within comic book history. Storm and Blade are probably my two favorite right off the bat. And yet they just don't want to put them on the front cover. Why? I don't know. Let's see. Do you guys want to look at some of the interior art?
Jace, I do.
Today's the day, I said, climbing onto the bus. What's today? The bus driver asked. Hero Day, the entire bus shouted.
Fuck off.
I love superheroes, the ones who fly, the ones who are strong, and even the ones who stick to walls. I want to become a hero too, but sometimes I feel too small or too weak. That's why that day was going to be awesome. Our school was going to Hero Day at the Captain America exhibit in Washington, D.C., the biggest superhero festival in the world. I was so excited because we would get to see... Oh, Captain America. There he is, everybody. Captain America himself.
Oh, no, never.
Oh, it is in quotes. It says Captain America.
Captain America.
Yeah. I shouted, pointing at the stage. Captain America is my favorite superhero. Oh, well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, young man. That's not Captain America, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, I love you, kid. I love superheroes too, but it's not.
Black guy is my favorite superhero.
Yeah. Not because Sam Wilson looks like me. Wait.
Whoa.
Hang on.
Whoa. Back it up.
Back it up. I thought this whole purpose. Yeah. Beep. I thought this whole purpose of the book was so that the heroes who look like me are the ones that I can identify with.
It's in the title.
It's in the title. It's a coffee table book about coffee tables. It's a book about yeah. So, oh my God, this actually is dumb. Like, it's not well written. Not because Sam Wilson looks like me. Of course, it's the only reason why you like Sam Wilson.
It's written for like 5-year-olds, so let's just calm down.
No, Josh, but like, think about Pixar movies. Right?
Hold on. What I'm saying is, if you go pick up any book that's written for like a 5-year-old, it's written like this.
Yeah, okay.
So like the same sentence structure, everything else. That first page didn't bother me. Like, I was fine with it. And had you had a cover with multiple heroes and multiple kids, I think this would have been received much better. This page is cringe.
Yeah. And no, you're totally right. I didn't mean to. Hey, Wakanda forever, am I right? Yeah, dude, put Black Panther on the cover. What are we doing? There's so many better black characters that like actually have identities, as opposed to just like, Captain African America. It's like, no, you're not really. But no, I didn't mean to critique this in a way that's like, oh, this is written poorly. Because you're right, Josh. I mean, that's totally on me, because you look at Dr. Seuss, or you look at like, what's the book about the worm that eats the apple? You know, they're written very simplistic, right?
Very hungry, the hungry little caterpillar. Is that what?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the one. That's a great
My
one.
son
That's
loves
classic.
that.
And
It's a
if you
good-
give
it's-
a mouse a cookie,
Oh,
Or you give a moose a
Heartwarming.
muffin.
or
mm.
the absolutely terrible, no good, very bad day.
See,
Every
these are
day of my
all
life.
great.
Mm.
And they are written fairly simply, but they're written beautifully. This doesn't make sense when the title of the book says, "Oh, my superhero looks like me," and then the kid goes, "Oh no, I don't like him because he looks like me," but because of or that his shield is super cool. It is. No, Cap is my favorite hero because he always helps others. Like that day after Hero Day was over, he was going to deliver solar battery drones to neighborhoods around DC. Power to the people.
Wait.
Yeah, that's what.
What?
Okay.
Kids wouldn't like superhero because they help others. They all do. You would like him because of his shield. You would like him because of his uniform. It's like there are things that would stand out because you would like that. I like that about that character. It's like,
Right.
no, he helps. It's like, shut up.
Ask him if he likes the police.
Oh, I bet he
Oh,
loves
no.
it.
They help people.
Especially in DC. They love helping people.
Yeah.
Well,
You got to do better, Senator.
and look, this is why I'm saying if you change the cover so that it had multiple heroes and multiple kids, a hero looks like you, then you get this cheesy message of like, even you can be a hero, kid.
Right.
I guarantee you
Even-
that's what the message is going to be. Like, they're like, oh, you're using solar energy? You're a hero. Like,
The
it's
power
going to be
is
that,
yours.
yeah. It's going to be that crap.
Yeah,
Like,
you know,
that's
planet.
what the book's going to be.
Now, what are we thinking about the interior art?
Eh,
I mean,
eh.
It looks
Yeah.
like bad AI art.
yeah. Now, I understand that this is the particular stylized, the stylized version of this artist's representation of how he wants to present superheroes and people, right? Like, I don't think I could ever do a face like a portrait like this. But I don't know, man. That cover still bugs me. The interior art looks better, but that cover is brutal.
This doesn't
Captain
stand-
America started to speak. Oh, what's up?
Nothing just stands out to this. It wouldn't say something for a kid like, oh, wow, that's really bright and vibrant or anything that would just make it stand out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For a kid.
No, for sure. Captain America started to speak. And I shushed everyone around me so I could hear him.
Fuck you, kid. Don't tell me to be quiet.
Hey, don't listen to these cops, man. Remember, kids, you aren't born a hero, you choose to be a hero, he said. Heroes help anyone who needs saving. Whether you're rescuing a kitten, treating the injured, or stopping bad guys, there's no one way to be a hero. You just have to do what's right. That means anyone out there in the audience can become a hero. Yes, even you. So that's kind of what you're saying, Josh, is go with this message of like, even you, the smallest and the weakest and the most pathetic. Yes, you can even be the hero.
Unless you're in
like,
wildfires in LA, then not saving you.
Then, oh,
Oopsie.
whoops. We didn't have any heroes in LA. It tells you
No.
what happened out there. So, because a hero looks like crash. Smoke erupted on stage. Oh no! Well, that you know what that means. And strange
Change batteries
soldier-
out.
Yeah, come on. He's supposed to be delivering batteries to all these neighborhoods. Why
Yeah.
can't he fix the?
Dang.
And strange soldiers with high-tech powers appeared out of nowhere. They raced to the helicopter, defeated the guards, and took the drones before escaping through the crowd into the nearby museum.
What?
And we're
Heli-
left.
Wait.
Yeah,
a
we're left on
helicopter.
that cliffhanger. Man, brutal. I want to know what happens next.
Gots to know.
Gots to know. Well, unfortunately, I don't think I'll be doing a review of this one because anything I say will just be seen as like, oh, you're just hateful. You're just a hateful bigot who doesn't
32
want
pages?
kids to. Does it seem short or long
That's long.
for a kid's book? I mean, that's a comic.
Yeah, but for
Mm.
I'd say for this age group that it appears to be targeted at, it's a little long.
3,
I
no.
guess
7,
not.
maybe. Like
But
6, 5, 6, 7, maybe. But 3, definitely not.
$20 for this though, like
Ooh.
that's a lot.
Maybe it's a hardcover.
Does say
Even
hardcover.
then, it's a lot. Like go to Barnes and Noble if you still have one near you.
Oh,
Go
yeah.
to that back little kids section and go pick up a kids book. They're usually pretty freaking cheap.
Well, like $10, $12?
Probably.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the New York Times best-selling Pulitzer Prize winner can tell us how much those children's books are.
Hey, we're on the Dolly Parton whatever book club thing. She sends us a fucking book for free once a month.
Whoa, that's cool.
Yeah.
Well, Dolly Parton's great, so
She's the best.
God bless her.
Mhm.
Fiend Machine says, bet. Jack Frost says, that's what I'm saying. Preach, brother. Wakanda forever. Fiend says, you're right, Jack. I gots to be better. Gots to do better. Gary says, it's written for an audience age that no longer cares about superheroes.
Now they will because they look like them.
There you go. Now now it makes sense. All right.
Mhm.
I believe the proper nomenclature would be I can't read
Crooked teeth.
Crooked teeth.
Yo, you got crooked teeth.
teeth. Yeah, they even get the kid a little like
Yeah, a little Michael Strahan going on.
I'm Michael Strahan,
He
everybody.
looks like Michael Strahan, actually.
Yeah, with that head, yeah. Looks like a linebacker.
Yeah.
Too funny. Still better than anything EJ
That's
ever wrote.
100% true.
Oh no.
Oh, do you think
man.
he's gonna start a kids line with that? And since he has Drunk 3PO's terrible book coming out, do you think Eric Dye's gonna start doing a kids books like this? Like I saw him in some. I don't know. Do you think he would do?
I can see
something
it.
like that?
I can see it.
I can.
Potentially. I mean, but it's as an adult, it's hard to read one of those sentences and not get confused. So as a kid, who knows what could happen?
Exactly.
Michael says even 5-year-olds think this book is yeah. So yeah, why's that kid gotta have the gap? All it tells me is to throw this book into a fire. $20 for a 30+ page book. What a ripoff. Yeah. Change the batteries on the cover. That's where the beeping was going. That's where it was. Well, sorry, I just coughed into the microphone. Well, that should be about it for the Captain America Brave New World. Like I said, it just seems pandering, condescending, and a little ridiculous. But
Hey, it needs to make money. That movie has to make bank, and it from the tracking, it doesn't look like it will be.
I mean, even by some miracle of God, even if it breaks $1 billion, it's still breaking even. You know what I mean? So it's not like they would be so happy if it broke even. But I don't know any. Yeah,
I'm telling you right now, they don't at this point they don't care if it makes money.
they're putting it in January, which is Red Letter Media said. F you, it's January.
Yeah, I mean it's that, but it's also they're trying so hard to just turn their reputation around that they're hoping that there's enough in this that people will be like, all right, that was kind of awesome. That's all they're hoping for at this point.
Really? Oh, so they're putting more of their reputation on the line more so than the money, and putting their trying to turn the brand around. But if they're going to do that, release Daredevil first.
Well, right? I mean, this is in the can. Like they're going to do it, but you've got this, and it's like 2-3 weeks after you have Daredevil. So
yeah. Well, I really don't. I wish I had a better segue for this one, but I really don't know how you segue into something like this. Neil Gaiman
No,
allegations.
you go in fingers first. You really just
Speaking of being visually assaulted with that kid's book, here we go here.
Yeah. Or you know what I should have said? Like, speaking of shit, multiple women accuse Sandman author of sexual assault. So how do I want to introduce this? I mean, everyone's been talking about this since what, Monday, Tuesday? But really, I mean, the main thing that I want to showcase is, of course, the article. We'll go into detail about the article because that's something, man. But what the real shot and chaser are the tweets that came out from this. So back in 2018, Neil Gaiman. So I'll preface. This is what Neil Gaiman said back in 2018. This is his tweet here. He says, "On a day like today, it's worth saying, I believe survivors. Men must not close our eyes and minds to what happens to women in this world." Some foreshadowing. We must fight alongside them for them to be believed at the ballot box and with art and by listening and change this world for the better. Bravo. I mean, Neil, I agree.
please.
Now, if that's your shot, this is your chaser. His wife commented right underneath and says, "Thank you for this amazing feminist AF husband. All men, all women, all artists, all hands on deck." She should have had the clapping emoji after each word. This is getting serious. We need everyone. Now, does anyone know what these tweets were in reference to? Was this like during Me Too? Was this during Roe v. Wade? September 28th, 2018.
Yeah,
This,
that may.
I was
sorry.
gonna say this looks like it was around the same time that they were doing the whole like call for comics creators to write.
Oh,
Was
is
that
that
right
when
before
Scott
COVID?
Snyder?
I thought that was during COVID. I thought that was like 2020,
I thought
2021.
that was right before. Hold on. Let me do a little research.
Or
Okay.
or maybe this came out during the whole like Fox News Roger Elishire stuff. Maybe that's when.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought
Roger
it was
Ailes, not Roger
potentially-
Elishire. Roger Ailes. Sorry.
It could have been that whole era of comic books where people were saying like, "Men say no," or men's. What was it? It was like men say yeah. I forget what the movement was, but
It was
there was
Kavanaugh. It was Brent Kavanaugh.
Oh, Brett Kavanaugh.
Oh,
That's it. Yeah, post confirmation. Yeah, that's it.
And he wound up being vindicated from all that shit. That woman was a fucking liar most of the time. All of them were lying. So yeah, what does that tell you?
So yeah, I mean, a lot of people were saying, "Oh, well, Neil Gaiman's no better than Joss Whedon," or "Oh, Neil Gaiman's no better than Warren Ellis,or whatnot."
Oh no.
And these are two completely different scenarios.
Yes, you read that article. You talk about evil shit, and Amanda was taking part in that. This is borderline. It's not a Epstein level with his wife being an accomplice, but holy shit, it's just. It's evil shit.
I mean, in borderline, regardless of how much of this is true, even if 20% of it's true, it's still bad. Now, I don't believe 100% of this is true. It's not. She's making up this bullshit. I guarantee it. But regardless of that, it still is not looking good for Neil Gaiman. Regardless, that tweet is hysterical.
Yes.
It's hilarious. Yeah. And not because of what these women have had to experience, because I do not want to diminish the potential trauma or, assault that some of these women may have faced. Because really, like when I read this, there's so many he said, she said. If the woman is, the babysitter, why wouldn't she leave and go tell someone what happened? There's so many different questions, but it is fascinating that if any of this is true, or if any of these allegations come forward and end up being, actualized, Yeah, then that tweet is absolute, like, it should be studied. It should be hung up in a museum, framed and posted for life. That the male feminist is not just a statement, but it is also a warning to all women everywhere. Run. So let's read.
Yeah,
some
and
of
the thing, like Kyle just said, law of averages, there's a good percentage of these accusations are probably made up, fabricated.
Sure.
But the thing is, several of them have very similar themes that happen throughout them.
Yes.
So it's like the stuff regarding calling him master, it's like, this is fucking disturbing shit.
Yeah.
And then the kid saying it, you need to call. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
This is disgusting.
Yeah, look. So what I'm gonna say about the adults is, there's potential that there is actually consent there, and people have their kinks and their things that they do. Like I'm a vanilla piece of white bread. I'm just gonna throw that out there. I don't like doing weird shit, but
Pillow Princess.
Listen, I have friends that I know that they like BDSM type stuff. That is not my thing. But calling someone master or just like, there are people that get off on being degraded. So just because it's there, and I think that's crazy, doesn't mean that he just forced it onto them. Like, a lot of this sounds like there was some type of consent, because there's a lot in here where the wife was like bringing them into the mix and kind of saying, this is what he likes and does. And that's crazy. So if you go into this and you're like, yeah, okay, cool, call me master and whatever the fuck else you want to do, spit on me, pee on me, whatever your kink is, that's, you consented. You can't. Now, if you then decide, like, I'm done, I'm not going to do this anymore, that's great too. Unless he like follows you to your house and forces you to do it again, I don't know. But if you go back to his house again, I don't know what you think is going to happen that's different. So I don't know.
No, and that's a big point of contention with consent, right? The term consent, and I won't linger on this for too long because we I don't know, we're not a philosophical or theological channel, but we do want to express some of the things that are difficult terms to deal with. And with consent, at least my belief, and you guys can tell me if this sounds right or wrong, but if one of these women gave consent during one of these,
sessions,
encounters, one of these sessions, she can't then just revoke it. You know what I mean? Like, we see this a lot with, I think it was the lacrosse guys who were convicted of, sexual assault. Or
you want to talk about getting railroaded, and that all turned out to be fabricated. And the woman even came out and said she made it up. Right, it's like, that was total bullshit.
And so what I think a lot of these women have done is when the Me Too era came around, they felt safe to say, like, oh, well, maybe that one time that I got drunk and this happened with that guy, I didn't actually want to do that. So I'm removing my consent that I initially gave during that like session or whatever. And that's just not how this works. And nor do I think that is ethical or moral or upright or upstanding. And so I don't know if that's the case with a lot of these women that at the time they gave consent were like, oh yeah, I'm going to get into the industry, or I'm this cool like emo chick who like loves Neil Gaiman, so I'm going to, call him master. But then later realizes that they can gain something and go, actually, I'm going to take away my consent from those because I didn't want to do it. That could also be the case here too, which seems really scummy, but everyone comes out of this story looking extremely scummy. Neil, his wife, all the women, like, it's just weird all around.
Yeah, it's rich people debauchery. Why you think that this fucking guy who's basically a rock star isn't some dirty old man and a fucking pervert? It's like, do you not know how these people act? Like, do you honestly think that he's a normal individual?
This is a guy who's been treated like, he's been told and treated like he is the greatest writer on mankind since like 1987. So of course he's going to have that. He's going to have that ego. Like, you're going to call me master. That sounds. I'm not surprised by that, honestly.
It always it's. I'm perplexed by the notion that a comic book writer would be like, I'm a rock star now. Like, bro, you write comics.
Well, no.
He's
He's always seen himself as a poet. He's always seen himself as a poet, not a comic book writer. Yes.
High art. Yes.
Yes.
Of course. Yes.
But he has
So then never
novels
mind,
and
yeah.
stuff that aren't comics
He
that
does
have
have
also
novels.
Correct.
done really
Yes,
well.
he is a
Oh,
novel.
like-
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Um,
Well, then that's fair. But even still, I just
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird, and like, you know, I hate this whole like just believe the accusations. I'm very much against that. I would say take accusations seriously.
yeah. There you go.
You don't have to believe,
So-
like, don't believe them, because if you believe them, to me, that's automatically saying the person they're accusing is guilty. But take them seriously. We have a judicial system for a reason.
Mhm.
If something happened, take it to court. And I hate this whole argument of like, oh, people don't want to come forward because they're embarrassed. Listen, if something was forced onto you or somebody forced you to do something, you don't have anything to be embarrassed about. Like,
Mhm.
if a grown man, especially if it's a man and a woman, like 99% of the time, you're not going to be able to out force a man. Like, it is what it is. People are probably going to hate that comment, but speak out, because the only way you're going to make this stop is if it does happen, actually speak out. However, we've got a lot of people that come out years later for whatever
Mhm.
reason, and that's the other thing that bugs me. It's years later. Why are you waiting years?
Yeah.
Yep,
And
agreed.
and I think there is a level of fear there from people that are like, should I say this? I don't know what I'm going to say. Like, maybe if I just don't say anything, I'll just sweep it under the rug and nothing will ever come of it, and I don't have to think about it ever again, right? But if it really is that traumatizing, like, I hope that a lot of these women can find help and get help if something like this did happen that was not of their doing, and was forced upon them, because that's awful. But yeah, too many false allegations that have made all of this look really, really bad, and that's what's so scary. Because then, yeah, once you do come out years later, then everyone's going to be like, "Hey, what were you doing for the past 25
Well,
years?"
and
You know
then
what I
where's
mean?
your
Like,
proof? Where's your evidence? Not just
Right.
anecdotal of, well, this happened this one time and he did this. It's like,
yeah,
oh, okay. I mean, but I need more than that. And that's the cop in me. It's like when I would take these reports, I took my fair share of them,
Mhm.
and it was okay. I understand what you're going through. I don't understand what you're going through, but I can try, and I just need your help. I need you to provide more than just this happened. And I'm like, okay, when? Well, I don't really know when. Okay, who was it? I'm not really sure, but it's like, okay.
Yeah.
It's like you start going through it, and it's like, give me specifics, and they don't have specifics, and it's very vague. It's like, well, I can't really do much with this.
Right.
So it's that you can trust but verify, but it's like I need a little more than that.
And like you said, you want to empathize. You
Sure.
want to be able to say, like, "Oh my God, this is awful. How can I help you? Let me meet you on your level. And even though I may not know how you may feel, like, let me hear you out and see if I can help." But yeah, sorry, Josh, you were going to say something?
No, I was just going to add to, like, a lot of times when we get on conversations like this or topics like this, and we kind of present this notion of like, don't necessarily believe it, question it. I typically question all things, but you tend to see a lot of people get really mad at those of us saying like, okay, well, let's wait and see, because we're the bad guys because we don't believe the women. Here's the thing. If you want to be mad at anyone, you should be mad at all the women that lie in these cases.
Yes.
100%.
Yeah.
Because when you
Yes.
have all these
Yes.
people that do lie, they get caught lying. And if you do, so Kyle was a cop. I have multiple family members that are police officers. People lie a lot, like, and especially with situations like this, because it's an easy way. It's an easy vindictive action they can take. It's an easy way to get revenge. There are a number of reasons why people do it. So when that happens in those cases, it just makes it harder for the people who actually are assaulted. And that's shitty. Those are the people you should be mad at. Be mad at the people that are lying about this shit.
Yeah, because it diminishes the actual victims of this stuff. Yeah.
Correct. Waste my motherfucking time.
Well, speaking of not wasting any time, let's get right into some of these allegations here. But let me preface, they're X-rated. I mean, this isn't like, oh, R-rated, PG-13. Like,
No.
this is X-rated stuff. So,
Yeah.
Let's go on to one of these women. Scarlett Pavlovich was 22 when she first met Gaiman's ex-wife, Amanda Palmer, in New Zealand. They struck up a friendship before Palmer asked Pavlovich to help babysit her and Gaiman's 5-year-old child, which I believe was in the bed with some of these allegations while some of this stuff was happening.
Jesus.
Pavlovich said that the first time she met Gaiman while waiting for the child to finish a play date, he offered her a bath in the clubfoot tub in his garden. She alleges that he then joined her in the tub naked, asked for her to sit on his lap, and sexually assaulted her. He put his fingers straight into my ass and tried to put his penis in my ass, and I said no. Then he tried to rub his thing between my breasts, and I said no as well. Then he asked if he could come on my face, and I said no, but he did anyway. Pavlovich told New York Magazine, he said, "Call me master and I'll come." He said, I won't read the rest.
Oh, God.
But hold on. She went and took a bath in his garden?
I don't know.
Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, there's so many questions. Many questions here.
Like, you left out some stuff,
yeah.
sweetie. Like, what actually happened?
As a normal individual, if I go over to someone's house for the sake of a job, I'm supposed to be babysitting their child, I'm supposed to be a nanny, whatever the fuck I'm supposed to be. No. If the first conversation is, "Hey, would you like to come outside to my garden, strip down naked, and take a bath?" I'm gonna be like, you know what?
Nah.
I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
so the fact that you stayed, the fact that you got naked and got into a tub in a fucking garden, you're a fucking retard. Like, what did you think was gonna happen?
Right.
Well, no, what?
And I'm not saying like you deserve to be quote unquote attacked. But if you're getting naked in front of him in an outdoor area, like, you are saying you're down.
But no, wait a second though, Josh. Neil Gaiman says he believes all women, believes all survivors, and that we can't close our eyes and minds to what has happened to this woman. So we shouldn't be criticizing her. If, in Neil Gaiman's own words, we should believe that she is coming up front with, all these, that this is in fact a true statement and that none of this is weird at all.
And Amanda, his wife is saying all hands on deck. I mean deck.
Deck, yes. Deck. Yeah, of course. No, yeah.
This is why I don't say shit like that. This is also why I'm a normal person and I don't put myself in situations where I'm getting naked outside with someone else.
In an outdoor bath after you watch their kid? I don't know.
It raises so many damn questions. Like, like, how do we progress from 1 to 10? Something happened in between that time. Many things happened.
Yeah, I was about to say it progresses pretty damn quickly. When it was over, he called her slave and ordered her to clean him up. But once he finishes, aren't you like running out of there? Like, what the hell are you doing, man? Like, get off of me, right? But she's sticking around for him to say all these things.
Why are you waiting until he finishes?
Exactly my point. How did you even get to that point?
Yeah.
Like, he is 60 years old. Come on now. Like, he's not.
He's going to take a while.
He's not quick. It's going to take a few minutes. Come on.
Well, we don't know how long. We don't know how old how long ago was his kid 5 years old? Do we know what year?
They said he was 60 or something at the time.
60 at the time? Jesus.
I don't know, yeah. This is fascinating, though. She protested that it wasn't hygienic. He said, "Are you defying your master?" She recalls. And then she says, quote, "I had to lick my own shit."
Like, yeah, you had.
I had to.
She had to lick her own
Kyle.
shit.
I had to.
She shit somewhere.
No, what if because she said that he was trying to insert himself into her rectum, which means that potentially there was already some
using
shit
butter
there.
as lubricant. Yes.
Yeah. Look, there's still a lot of questions. Like,
there's 1,000 questions I have just on that alone.
Okay,
let's go back to one.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Name again. Okay. What?
Yeah. Representatives for Gaiman told the Tortoise podcast that Sexual degradation, bondage, domination, and sadism and masochism may not be to everyone's taste, but between consenting adults, BDSM is lawful. Though the New York Magazine article states that all of the accusers had at some point played along by calling him master as he desired and continuing to communicate with him, the women allege that consent and specific BDSM activities had not been discussed and agreed upon prior to them happening.
Sure.
All right. At another point, Gaiman was staying with his son at a hotel in Auckland and asked Pavlovich to watch the child as he got a massage. She alleges that he then proceeded to have sex with her while his son was in the room.
Jesus.
Remember, I think this is the 5-year-old at this point, right? The same
Okay,
kid?
This is
Hold
where...
on. No, hold on. Let's just stop for a second. This is a completely separate meeting. So first meeting was, I don't know how I accidentally ended up naked in this garden in a bathtub with you in it with me, with us getting, butt play going on, and, making me lick my own shit. But I came back.
For a second time.
Yep. For more.
Or, I mean, this might be time 5, 6, 15, 20. We don't fucking know. Like, are you I can't take you seriously based on this. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's like that'll happen. Then you come back to it. What? It doesn't. Something isn't adding up. There's a lot of questions.
I got no
here.
place else to go.
That's what it sounds like. That's what it really does sound like. Did you just need the money? I don't know.
According to her story, no money should be worth that, but apparently it is.
We all make choices and we all make decisions. And all I'm going to say is when I lived in Los Angeles, I was a lot fitter. I had plenty of people offer things and I'm like, the fuck I am. And I was gone. Gone. And if you think like this is crazy, I would say like 20% of the gay community does shit like this. Like, fuck off, Anyways, carry on. Just,
Yeah. Pretty fascinating stuff. I do want to pull up a few of these comments that are pretty funny, but
I can't believe it's not lubricant.
I can't believe it's not.
Hey, what's with all the chocolate pudding?
I think this is interesting though. I would love to get y'all's take. So Gary Redmond says, is his body of work strong enough to survive this? His core readership is probably goth girl feminists. If they reject him, can his literary legacy endure?
Absolutely, 100%. I mean, yeah, he will. He's going to survive this. He's proven it, and he's got his, much like Tom King and Mark Russell, he's got his simps. They'll forgive him and think he's the greatest till rapture. He's going to be. I guarantee he's going to be fine.
I don't know. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, look, we'll see.
Unless there is some, like Kyle said, unless there is some like hard evidence of something illegal that happened with this, he's going to be fine.
If they can prove the whole he was doing the stuff with the child in the room, that's probably the most damning thing they have.
Yeah, Kyle, what kind of law would that break when you got a kid in a room during a sexual act? Does that break a law? I'm not sure. Just indecency?
No.
I don't, if anything.
I'm not sure.
Very hard to prove. It's not like it would be anything in the presence of a minor is an automatic felony, at least here in Indiana. But as far as that's like sex crimes like that, I don't know. It's also hard to prove.
Yeah.
Well, it's difficult to say, Gary, whether his works will live on after this. He definitely does have his audience, his his fan base. But I think honestly, another reason why this stuff will just get swept under the rug and everyone will just go, nothing happened, is because the industry itself let it happen. So this is Valerie Dorazio on Twitter. She says, instead of spending all her time defending Neil Gaiman and, quote, nailing the coffin lid on Comicsgate, Heidi McDonald should have taken reports of sexual harassment by her con buddies seriously. Instead, she gaslights other women, as did me. How is she the go-to for feminism in comics? And I thought these were kind of interesting. So this is a tweet by Heidi McDonald. She says, "We can bang the coffin lid close on Comicsgate now, arguing with one of the most popular comics writers ever, who has brought new readers into comics for years over the facts of his own career as a nadir of cognitive ability." Here is a DM between her and someone else. And I guess Heidi says, "I'll tell you this, Dean always has known when no means no. I have seen that with my own eyes dozens of times. He is an obnoxious flirt, but I've never seen him do anything that went further, so I would have a hard time believing that. He also doesn't know what current standards of consent are either, just being honest." And whoever this is says, "This incident had witnesses at BarCon, so, the drinking excuse could apply, but still. Without giving you details, the creator in question is on the up and up, said nothing because she doesn't want it to hang over her career." And then Heidi says, "I'm sure she is, and that is troubling. I love Dean, and I'm sure he thought it was just public bar tomfoolery, but I'm also aware that just because he thinks that doesn't mean it was."
So who's Dean in this case?
I'm assuming
personally got drunk and maybe went too far.
I'm gonna say Dean Cain. I'll say Dean Cain.
I'll say Howard Dean. I'll say Howard Dean, the politician.
Oh, there you go.
Here's the thing, and look, I'm gonna kind of throw this on personal experience as well. I know someone who I had an experience with where they got too drunk out in public and got a little too forward. But was it inappropriate? Yes. Did something happen that should not have happened? Yeah. But at the same time, I'm like, this person is shit-faced drunk, and I'm not going to ruin their career over it. I waited till I knew they were sober. I was like, yo, that's not cool. Like, we're not going to converse anymore, and we're going to leave it at that. Because I've done stupid shit when drunk. Not like that, but I've definitely done stupid shit. Completely separate point, because I was just thinking about this. All these, and I'm going to say women because it's mostly women, that are complaining about this type of shit and how horrific and how gross and how whatever, go read half the books that they're reading right now.
Ooh, yeah. Oh, yeah, buddy.
Like
they
from
are
50 Shades of Grey to this whole romantasy shit that they've got going on. Like, it's stuff like this, maybe without the shit licking, but
Bark like a dog for me. Bark like a dog.
Oh God. No, there's some wild fantasy stuff where like Zeus bangs like a nymph, and he's got like a 10-foot size dong, and it's like that's what they're reading in their fantasy books, and so you never know.
And when you finish, I want you to say, "What a lovely tea party."
Oh God.
I mean, the whole concept of 50 Shades of Grey is having a man dominate you.
And there's a woman signed a contract in that.
Yeah. Are you going to bring up the whole NDA thing? Are we going to just? So it's not uncommon. Yeah, there's conversations about NDAs that were in this that people were forced to sign. Look, here's the thing: if you're ever in by all means, Neil Gaiman in certain ways has a celebrity status. It's not uncommon, whether there's good things or bad things that have happened, that if you date someone who's a celebrity, you're signing an NDA. It's common. It happens all the fucking time. Now, you only hear about this when bad shit happens. So, of course, you put it out there of like, oh, there were NDAs, and automatically everyone's going, oh, that means something terrible. No. Celebrities, if they start dating someone, a lot of times have NDAs. They don't want you talking about their house. They don't want you talking about the things they do in their private time. They don't want you talking about the friends that they hang out with. They don't want any of that getting out. So guess what you sign? An NDA.
Honestly, that's probably smart.
It's really freaking smart. And it's usually not even the celebrity that's like forcing it on people. It's usually their manager that's like, all right, if you're dating this chick, she's signing an NDA.
Yeah.
Because and sometimes it's just as basic as like, she's going to be visiting you on set. She's going to be at your house. She's going to see scripts. She's like NDA. This happens all the fucking time. So NDA doesn't necessarily mean a bad thing. The media has made it out like, oh, it automatically means there's a bad thing. That's not the case. I would say 80% of the time, it's not a bad thing.
So, would you recommend that I get that with someone? Like if I start seeing someone you know, because I'm a big deal here on YouTube, right? So like
I
I don't think
California,
that they should be.
absolutely.
think
Jesus. Yeah.
you
No,
need
I'm
to worry
kidding,
about
I'm
the
kidding.
person you're dating with. I think you should worry about all the dirt I have on you.
Oh God,
I've got videos and pictures, Max. Videos
Josh
and
has-
pictures.
Josh has dick pics and butthole pics for days.
Whoa,
Oh God.
whoa. I do not. I want to go on record. That is not what I was referring to.
And you know what's funny? Those would be less embarrassing than my nerdy, stupid, shitty videos that you have of me.
Mm.
Like, oh yeah, I've seen Max's dong, and everyone will be like, okay. And then it's like, oh no, Max did this stupid, stupid thing, and then they're like, oh, that's embarrassing.
Everyone, for Max's sake, I would like to say I have never seen Max's dong.
It's
I've
true.
never
It's
even
true.
seen Max shirtless. Okay, carry on,
That's
buddy.
true. Thank you for clarifying. But I mean, yeah, I think half of the ACU football team and all of the Marine Corps probably has seen all of that, but that's just due to necessity. That's not by any means of like me wanting that to happen or anything. So
Pardon me while I go enlist in the Marines.
how do I go to boot camp? I'll just drop out after the first week. I just want to, see what
Let's see what it's about, you know? Let's get a feel.
Yeah.
Oh boy, shower time.
Let's go swap. Yeah, let's go swap
all,
the deck.
all of us
Yeah, yeah.
straight guys here. Isn't this crazy? Us straight men all here just hanging out, doing straight guy things.
Hey, bro. Like
Yeah.
this basic training sucks, right, bro?
Oh,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I'm so straight. Yeah, I just want to go F some bitches, right? Yeah.
Don't worry, I got your back, guy. Every step of the way, right behind you.
Yeah. No, hey, look at us straight guys. Aren't we just so cool? It's like, all right, dude. Speaking of straight guys, no, I don't know. I have no segues tonight. Normally I'm good at my segues, but I got nothing for these tonight. There's no real
He's got
Good
nothing.
No.
I got no hand. But this is fascinating. So this is our last story of the evening, and then we'll get to our videos. But Bryce Comics started. I remember when he first started back in like COVID era, like YouTube. Like I remember watching like a few of his first videos when a lot of these guys started doing the spec stuff as like full-time careers. COVID had just hit. People were getting checks in the mail. They were like, I'm going to start doing this as a hobby. Bryce Comics got started pretty quickly and started to gain like a ton of support from Very Gary and a lot of these other comic book speculators. What would you want to call them, Kyle?
Influencers?
Sure, there you go.
Prospectors.
Prospectors looking for that gold. So jokingly, we've talked about CGC a couple different times on the show and cracked cases or 9.9s or Banana Gate, right? When we had the bend in the comics themselves. And so CBCS had released an Instagram video of slabbing a banana for a 9.8, right? So this, I mean, the graded comics game has just been a nightmare. Well, one of our jokingly on one of our segments, we talked about what's next for CGC, right? They've started grading Pokemon cards. They've started grading VHSs. They've started grading anything you can get your hands on. Well, sure enough, Kyle called it, and he said that the next thing they would be doing would be grab bags, or what would you call these? Trading packs. So this is a comic book trading pack where you essentially buy one of these for $65, it looks like. I think that was here we go. $65, maybe plus shipping. And it contains 3 different slabs, and you can get either one of these 3 slabs. Red Hulk #1, One World Under Doom #1, Deadpool Wolverine #1, New Champions #1, your favorite, Drew, and Ultimate Wolverine #1. Now, these are all the variant covers, and I believe these may be like Bry's variants.
Probably.
I'm not sure.
It would track.
And each one, you've got like 5 variants for each book, and you've got 5 books. So there's a lot of crap that you're most likely going to be collecting, but you could have the opportunity to win Amazing Fantasy Spider-Man in a 1.0.
Oh.
Oh.
Well, hey, it's Amazing Fantasy 15 though.
But it's Amazing Fantasy
Hey!
15. Oh. Or Fantastic Four, Giant Size X-Men at 6.5. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty rad. That's
I would
good.
take it.
Journey into Mystery, that's dope.
Ooh.
You know? Oh, freaking Wolverine or first
The second appearance.
181,
Second
yeah.
appearance.
Second appearance.
Hulk 181, but with the Wolverine custom label at a 7.0. That's pretty cool.
Sure.
And then Avengers number 1, 3.0. X-Men number 1 at a 4.5.
Ooh.
Now, these are
I
just
like
all a couple of the options that you can potentially win. But yeah, frankly, I'd take any of these other ones over Amazing Fantasy 15 at a 1.0.
Look, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie here, Max. I would rather go to our local Ollie's and buy a grab bag of comics for $5. And I guarantee you, I open those up, I'm gonna find some pretty fun comics in there, and better quality than this shit. I guarantee it.
Potentially, I don't know. Gavin says, "Def, get one before you start shitting on people." Wait, are you
the
talking about
NDA.
the
NDA.
Oh, an NDA.
NDA.
Oh, an NDA. I thought he was talking about the the comic trading pack. So, Cajun, have a great night, brother. I hope you are doing well, and thanks for being here. MG says, "Didn't that Bry guy have to shut down his store?"
It
Ooh.
wouldn't surprise me.
Kyle, do you know?
No, I don't fucking know this guy. Sure, probably. If
You're
it's
the
one of these
speculator
guys,
here on the show.
probably.
Yeah.
I see. Everyone has their own specific thing, right? It's like the A team. You're our spec guy. You have
Sure.
to know this stuff. You're our influencer.
No, I just find it interesting how these degenerate gamblers somehow have weaseled their way in from the sports card market, are bleeding into comic book market, thinking they're the same. And some of those degenerate gamblers are the same. It's the same people, but
This
there
happened
is
in this happened in the 90s. This is a repeat of it. It's everything is cyclical. This is happening again. It's
And so
only a
they
matter of
think
time
that
for these guys
it's
to
like,
blow
no,
it out.
let's turn comics into trading cards, and let's, instead of having a mystery box, let's turn it into a pack of cards, thinking somehow this is any different. It's like, no, you're going to go broke buying this garbage and thinking you're somehow going to get an Amazing Fantasy 15, and you're going to be thousands of dollars in debt wondering what the fuck happened with a bunch of garbage comics.
Hey, let's pause on this hate speech that we're having right now, because I have 3 long boxes of comics that I've tried to donate to comic shops and they won't take. And this is a great way for me to
See?
get rid of those.
See,
Josh,
that's the
Josh,
thing.
I told you, Josh, they will not take Warriors of Plasm. They already have cases of those in the back of their store.
Oh, dang.
Put them in a trading pack and say, oh no, these are Josh's whatever magical fucking trading packs. And
80% of the comics I'm giving away are number ones. Oh, number ones.
there you go.
Shoes.
And I'm sure that Turok #1 you have in those comics, they've got boxes of those in the back as well.
No. It's like, Birds of Prey #1 and,
Better stuff. Okay.
Yeah,
All
Gotham
the
City
good
Sirens
stuff.
#1. Yeah.
Ooh. So,
Ooh.
Josh, I will say the same thing. I even tried to get rid of my bad idea stuff, and no one will take my bad idea stuff either.
Shocking. 'Cause it was a bad
well,
idea.
Nah, well, yeah. I still have my buttons though. I still have my little pins. Still waiting on the cool, like, original art that they're going to give out for those. Nope. So, but yeah, no. I mean, I cannot give these things away because it's inventory that they do not want to. Because it's going to actually cost them money to take them in for free, because it's taking up space in their warehouse or their shop or whatever it is, just sitting on the shelves. And so a lot of the stuff that comic book collectors and buyers and readers are buying off the shelf right now, they expect to sell that at cover price 5-10 years down the line. Not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. Like, in my opinion, because you're looking at a lot of these books that are trying to be resold, especially like my collection that I bought during like New 52 era stuff. Been trying to get rid of those for cover price for $3. Can't do it. Can't even touch the $3 mark. I'd be lucky if I got rid of them for 50 cents. So yeah, it's brutal when we're talking about that. But when it comes to Bry's Comics, the comic trading pack, Kyle, yeah, I do think it is interesting how they are taking the route of baseball cards and saying, hey, if they can do it, why don't we do it? My thing is, man, could they have picked any worse comics to be in these things? I mean, like these are the equivalency of like energy cards for Pokemon. Like, I can't think of any value. The only one on here that might be kind of cool is Ultimate Wolverine, but even the cover sucks. That cover is way worse than the original one.
Yeah. They're like, oh no, this will be a 1 in 1,000. It's like, so what if it's a 1 in 1,000? Who gives a shit?
Yeah, no one cares. Especially because it sucks, dude. It's so bad. And it's not only like, oh, it's a 1 in 1,000. It's not a 1 in 25. It's not even because you'd have, Drew, you may need to help me on this one. You have store variants, right? Or no, sorry. What are the 1 in 25s? You have
those ratios,
ratio variants, but then you have like unknown comics,
store exclusives,
and those are the store exclusives. But people buy those because they like them. I don't think people actually buy those for spec value. The spec value one should be the 1 in 25s, 1 in 50s, and 1 in 100s, right? Or am I wrong?
No, the spec value would be like something that happens in the book, like a first appearance or whatever. I think that's the spec value right there. Just something, a key. It makes it a key. And
but if you get a key issue, like I know that Amazing Spider-Man, or not Amazing Spider-Man, the Ultimate Spider-Man, like the first appearance of Miles Morales, the 1 in 25 variant or the 1 in 50 variant or something, that thing goes for like thousands of dollars. It's crazy.
Yeah, because not many were printed of it.
Yeah. Right. See, that's the thing. You want, generally the ratios are fewer printed of those, so those will be theoretically worth more.
Theoretically.
In theory. But yeah, the golden ticket, there's a 1 in 250 chance that you will get the golden ticket. And so
which
sports
means
cards, sports cards do the same bullshit. It's like, oh, you want a 101 RPA of this Patrick Mahomes or whoever quarterback in this box that you're already spending $2,000 on. Your ROI on that $2,000 case the second you fucking open it is probably a couple $100.
Yeah.
The odds of you pulling anything to even recoup your money is ridiculous. And so this is the same sleazy bullshit they're putting out. I don't know this guy. I don't know. He seems like a kind of a nice guy. I have no idea, but this shady shyster bullshit, it's that gambler crap. It's like, if you want to gamble and people do, go for it, have fun. But it's like, I just can't do this stuff. It's ridiculous. I just throw your fucking money away. $65. Look, I guarantee you I could go into any comic book store and find a $65 comic that's worth more than this crap.
Absolutely.
And I think that's the thing is like, I don't, and I think you said it, Kyle. I don't want to attack Bry's character, right? I don't know this Bry's Comics guy. I don't know who he is. I don't necessarily care. It's more so of the premise of getting people who have this kind of gambling addiction to say, hey, I love these unboxings, or I love grab bags, or I love mystery boxes. That's a big thing too. You buy like 10 different mystery boxes, but you want the one rare thing, right? And it's a 1 in 100 shot, which means that if you buy 100 of these boxes, only one might have the special variant. So, but in terms of being logical and being rational with your money, if I were to save up, put a few bucks in my savings account every month when I get my paycheck, at the end of the year, maybe I have enough to buy one of these dope ass freaking Journey into Mystery or Giant Size X-Men or Ghost Rider #1. Like, maybe I have enough money at that point to save, and I don't have any of these like garbage of the stupid variant covers.
Yes.
Like,
5 long boxes full of this crap. Now you're stuck with, and he's not.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, and even if this guy still did happen who produced these, a year from now, he's going to be selling these for maybe a quarter of that price originally.
Dude. But they're
If
and
that.
the crazy thing is are they coming in graded or no?
That I don't know if they're graded. They'd have to. I mean, I don't know, because a pack, if it shows up and it doesn't feel like a fucking slab, and you're gonna know. Well,
And you already know.
I mean, the whole point of opening up a pack is to not know what's in it.
Imagine you're like on your 100th pack and you're like 60. Well, yeah, you would be like $6,500 in the bin of just awful comic books.
Yeah,
And you get that last one and you don't feel the CGC and you're like, F me, dude. Come on.
it's like that. It's that Simpsons skit where with Homer and it's when little Maggie, she wants out this one little special toy that's left. Homer's at this gas station. He's buying more gas for the car, hoping to get the one. It's like, nope. He just drives her ring around the gas station, gets another one. Nope. Does it again. It's just like it's a predatory practice. It's disgusting.
And that is exactly what Xbox gamers said. It's a predatory practice, and you guys put it perfectly. And so I do. You know what? Maybe we should just start a different channel on just like, hey, here are safe practices on how to like buy comics, and like, hey, if you don't want to do that, totally fine. Like, we're not going to tell you how to spend your money. We're not going to tell you how to collect, because some people are like, yeah, oh, I know I could save my money. I know I could buy something cool at the end of the year, but I don't want to because I like the risk, or I like the game. I like the gamble.
It's a lock, Max. It's a lock. Come on.
We're locking it in, boys. We're locking it in.
I'm going to be honest, like 5 minutes ago, if not more, I was like, why would you pay $65 for toilet paper? And then I immediately then went back to, why the fuck would you get into a bathtub in someone's garden?
Because it's underneath a nice tree.
And why the hell would we listen to this guy's top 10? Oh,
all right. Now this
God.
piece of shit would buy one of those stupid fucking trading packs.
You know, he probably would.
He probably bought 5 of them.
He's got a painting of the Grinch in the background. That lets you know he's based.
That's really...
Well, the Alex Ross says he's based. The Grinch means I'm a little concerned now. I'm a little worried.
Very concerned.
His mustache has me concerned. I don't.
I hate this fucking guy.
Yeah.
Do you even do you know him? Have you
no,
watched
I don't
him?
know who this. I have no idea who this person is.
Oh,
he's got some pretty base takes.
Oh,
you're
cool.
Judging him by
yeah, absolutely.
Judging a book by his cover.
I have to. That's my. That's what I do.
Yeah.
Kept me alive.
Real quick before we watch our first top 10 video, let's see what the chat has to say. MG says, not a valuable interior book in the lot. Correct. There is not one that, like I said, maybe Ultimate Wolverine, but even that cover just sucks.
Now,
You're
if
much
you change
rather
that stuff to back issues, imagine then it would be like, oh, all right, maybe you may have something here. If you have a lot of good back issues, that's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, see, that would be sick. And like, I don't know, silver, bronze age books, like you could be finishing your run.
More expensive from modern bronze, silver. It's like,
even stuff from the 90s is going up in value now. So there's plenty of those lying around.
MG says, personal point of privilege. You'd have better luck winning McDonald's Monopoly in the 90s.
Speaking of which, if you haven't watched it, there's a terrific documentary on HBO or Netflix about the McDonald's Monopoly controversy.
Oh, really?
It is awesome. It is awesome.
Too funny. All right. I watched The Toys That Made Us. That's a good one.
That's really good.
Yeah. MG says, I'd rather buy another Rippaverse book than this garbage. Absolutely. No, you would not. I
don't know about that.
I do not think that you would buy it at all, MG. You are lying. That is a lie.
No way.
You know damn good and well that you would buy one of these $65 grab bags than a $40 Ripaverse book. Come on.
Unless it's the $13 Yaira book.
Or the $5 Isom book.
Correct.
So. Or the $75 concept art book.
No one would do that.
That is now slabbed, and you can get it for even more money. Look at that.
If you slab that book, I swear to fucking God.
How could I in good conscience slab that book when we have had so many great episodes looking at the interiors of that? Come on. We'd never be able to open it up again. So MG says, I don't know if it was the American McDonald's or Canadian McDonald's, but one of them was rigged. Okay.
It was the
George. Okay. George says next set we'll have the Harley fart fetish comic. Get the 1 in 100 exclusive smelly.
You laugh, but it's coming down the pike.
I think it is. I actually think it is. I'm checking. I'm hunting, Max. I'm hunting.
Hunt for it. Hunt. Be on the hunt. Xbox Gamer says, "Ooh, this Bri is the guy who made his exclusive, saying it was the rarest Del Auto Spider-Man cover, and it was reused art."
Ouch!
Ooh. Ouch! No good. Sorry,
because they tell you that doesn't mean it's true.
Yeah. Retailer variants aren't worth shit. There's YouTubers who talk every week about how great these ratio variants of shit books are. I don't care how cool the cover is. If it's a jackpot variant, I'm out. Well, there you go.
You're just a hater.
Yeah, but no, seriously.
That's what I'm hearing.
Go find those YouTubers from like 4 years ago when they were talking about how much money James Tynan's Batman books were going to be, especially these retailer variants. And then fast forward like 2 years later where they're like, oh, biggest drop in history. And it's like, dumbass.
Duh.
Didn't one of those graded Bry Guy Delato Spoodermans sell for like $5? And then the reused art info came out? Oh my God.
So. Oh, damn. I love it.
Amazing. Oh, gosh dang it. Oh, boy. Well, speaking of con men.
Oh, $5K. Okay. That's different than $5.
Oh, $5K. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I misread
big
that.
difference.
Okay. Yeah, $5 as opposed to $5. It's funnier when it's $5.
I find
$5K. Wait, did I read that wrong, or did you? Oh no, you wrote it wrong. All right, so I'm not retarded.
You're not.
He's
retarded.
Okay, thank you. 5K makes it completely different. Okay. 5K. Imagine the guy who bought that for 5K and then like had to look at Bry and be like, "Dude, what happened? What went on here?"
$1,000.
5,000. You could actually, first or second appearance of Wolverine, Hulk 181 Raw for a presentable copy, I think goes for about 4,000.
Well, here's the thing. Also, another thing to consider,
Yeah.
that for that much, you could have produced your own comic, probably for that much.
Oh yeah.
Well, potentially.
Close.
No, you could. No, trust me, I know because I produced my own comic. You could have.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah,
All
you
right.
can do it.
All right. Well, sweet. Well, let us get right into the main event of the evening. So I did actually, Josh and I watched this one. I don't know if Kyle and Drew watched this one.
No.
But I took the liberty this week to put myself through some cringe and watch a few of the comic book YouTubers, like top 10 best books of 2024. Or sorry, excuse me. It would be 2024. 2024. And some of these were let's
right
see.
in line with us, right? I'm going to assume that our lists were pretty close to everybody else's.
Well, I guess
Of
we'll
course.
just have to find out.
That's what I'm
Yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of the books that were on our lists are on these lists,
Oh,
but
good.
just on different scales. Like our first
Oh.
list that we did, you'll see a lot of them on this.
Oh,
list.
interesting.
Yeah. But I will say I do have to preface I know this is going to sound lame, but I do want to just say I don't know any of these guys personally. We don't want to do this to bash their character or them as a person in general. The reason why we do this stuff is because it's entertaining, it's super fun, and as comic collectors, as geeks, as nerds, as people who love this hobby, I think it's a lot of fun to look at other people's lists and joke and say, "Oh my God, I can't believe he had that there, or this here." If you watched our best of, I was giving these guys a hard time the entire night of where their book should or should not have been on their list. So even though we may give these guys a hard time or be joking around and saying, "Oh, bless their heart," or whatever it may be, or just straight up cursing, it's all in due fun. It's all in good fun and entertainment. And I have nothing against any of these creators, nor do I think that they're malicious in any way. And I don't want to be attacking their character at all. I just want to be mentioning their picks. Now, for my co-hosts,
you speak for yourself, right? Not for anybody else.
Yeah, for my co-hosts, right. I give them free reign, which is so great for me because then I can just say, "Oh, I agree," or "I echo your statements," or whatever. So that's what's great about the channel is because my co-hosts are the best and I let them say whatever they want. And that's what's so fun. So
first off, I was laughing at MG's comment.
Oh, the shitty.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Or would it be the girl who had to taste
that would
own.
Be one of his victims.
Oh yeah, that's right. There you go. I thought he was saying Gaiman himself, but yeah, you're right. Oh, that's
well,
bad.
I guess we'll find out, MG.
I guess we're about to dive in and find out. So, and then Comics Embrace says disclaimer. Absolutely, this is a disclaimer from the channel. But like I said, that's why I love giving my panelists free reign.
You're thinking it. You're just letting us say it, and that's all right.
Yeah, that's fine.
Not my panelists, my co-hosts. I mean, you guys are my co-hosts at this point.
We're not peons.
No. Well, no. I'm kidding. Kind of. Fiend says, "I want to bash both their character and their taste."
Yes,
so
exactly.
Fiend's got it locked and loaded. He's ready. So let's get into this. So for just to shout out Koi, which I'm so sorry. Once again, I've never heard this name before. Like a koi fish.
Yandru?
Jandru. Oh, you're saying it like a Star Wars like an alien or something.
Yeah.
Is that a real name?
Jandru?
Jandru. I've met Koi. He used to host Hall H at San Diego, like he did for a couple of years. But he's on a number of different new YouTube channels, a number of different podcasts. He does a ton of shit. He's a nice guy. However, every time I've met him, I swear to God, I thought he had done like a couple lines of cocaine because that's his energy level. And you're going to get a taste of it here. But before we get into his list, I will just pre-warn everyone. If you ask him what his favorite MCU film is, it's The Eternals. Go ahead.
All right, he's a dipshit.
Well, so there's a certain shaved ape who has that as his favorite Marvel film of all time. So he's right in line with him.
There you go. It's this right here.
He probably does.
But no, I think this is fair, Rudy. Now, some of us make fun of both the content and the creator, but the content for sure. So
I never do that.
Never.
I would never do that. All right,
and,
I hate him.
All right, I hate him.
No, Kyle, do you really want to hate him? Do you know what he says his profession is?
I'm gonna say a circus clown.
Well, basically, if you ask him what he does for a living, he will say, and I quote, "I'm a professional enthusiast."
Oh, what a fucking piece of shit. What the fuck does that even mean?
Oh my God, that actually made me like physically cringe. Like I actually, my body like seized up and was like, Oh, I hate that so much.
Oh my! No, but seriously, what's his real fucking job though?
A professional enthusiast.
No.
God,
But really, like he's not He's not a Dr. Seuss character. What the fuck's your job?
This is what he does.
He's
Look,
a YouTuber. He does this. He screams at a camera.
For multiple, no, like he works for like a company that he gets bought out to go like host and be an enthusiast. Like it's legitimately probably the best. He's like a hype man for comic books and comic TV and film.
So he's a soups. So he's a
He has no soul. Okay,
pretty much. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh God. Well, I think one of the things that we'll see with a lot of these videos that we watch tonight is they bring this same type of energy, and it's exhausting, man. Like I get performing to a camera, right? Like my first video ever on YouTube was awful because I had no presence, right? So you have to have some sort of charisma while you're on screen that transfers to the audience. But when it's like this, it drains you. And that is what I hate. I can't stand when you have someone where you feel exhausted just by listening to them, you know?
Yep.
So yeah, professional enthusiast sounds about right then. Well, let's get into some of his picks then.
Hello, you absolute lovelies. It is the end of the year, and one of my favorite things about the end of the year personally is top lists. I love watching people's favorites.
Is that a Matt Damon pillow?
Like just generally, whether it's comics, movies, music, whatever it is, whatever
it is.
Is that Derek Carr? No.
It's Matt Damon.
Matt Damon.
They talk about. I love finding out what people's favorites were because I might have missed something throughout the year, or I get to share in whatever made it my favorite too. So this is the comic book video. I love how many of you asked for comics. It means it's working. I'm talking about comics every single week on this channel, and a lot more of you are asking me about the comics themselves. Cut. First up, we got to talk about Alien versus Avengers. This didn't make the cut.
Hey, honorable mention. I think you like this one,
Okay,
Kyle.
that's not.
I did.
Yeah,
it's
Dude, when I
Great.
said
It was fun.
yeah.
when Josh said he's got base takes, I mean, here you go. I mean, that the art was pretty dope by Izad Ribic. I mean, you can't deny that.
It's weird. I mean, he
That's
looks
because it's a
the furthest from base would be, but okay, yeah, it's just shocking.
That's fair. By the way, if at any point you guys want me to pause it, just like, you know, or like just, you know, do something
out.
or just give him a little timeout or something, and we'll pause it.
Series only has a couple issues out, but it's absolutely astounding. Jonathan Hickman writing the hell out of this title, making both sets of these worlds mesh together brilliantly, and Asad Rabi's on art. This book is amazing. Honorable mention to that. Also want to give an honorable mention to Multiverses Collision Detected. My biggest surprise of the year. I did not expect a DC meets video game comic to be this funny, this original, this interesting. Multiverses is a game that I've been honored to present at con.
Did you ever read this one, Drew?
Indecipherable. I couldn't wrap my brain around it. Then I discovered later it was based on the game. Then like, okay, I give up. It just the last game tie-in comic I did like was the Batman Fortnite, whatever it was. That was actually legitimately good. And I think Christos Gage wrote it. I think, and yeah, it was fun. I never played Fortnite, still haven't, but I had fun reading it. But when Marvel tried it, it sucked ass. This was rough.
I wanted to check out the comic, and it exceeded my expectations. It is such a funny book. Didn't make the cut just because of the nature of the book. It's a miniseries, and there's 15 others I wanted to discuss. And then in the world of Independence, World Tree absolutely rocked me. If there was a 16 in this top 15, it would be World Tree. Just want to give that some love. That is the incredible James Tynion IV writing some
lots of James Tiny Onion on this.
No shit. This fucking guy looks like he jacks off to James Tynion.
Yeah, it's just honestly, if James Tiny Onion is just another one like Neil Gaiman or Tom King just has his blowhard fans who just he can't do anything wrong, and it's just no. James Tiny Onion is the new king of decompressed storytelling, where nothing fucking happens in his comics for 2 to 3 at a time before something does happen.
Oh, I cannot wait to show you guys the next video after this one, because he's a bigger Tiny Onion fan than any of us. So
incredible techno horror, crazy world of the undernet and inverted internet, this absolute corrupting force. The art is amazing. It is haunting. It is very, very intense, and I highly recommend it. Now, let's get into the actual list. Number 15, Penguin. Penguin is from Tom King.
Hey, didn't you have that one, Drew? I thought you liked Penguin.
I think Drew had that.
Yeah, that's right.
Time out. There.
Who did Penguin by Tom King?
Time out. 1, bullshit. 2, I had the one shot with the only good written, with the only thing good from Penguin this year, written by Jeremy Adams.
Okay. All right. So it wasn't the Tom King one.
Negative.
Okay.
I thought it was Jeremy Adams and Tom King. Like, I thought it was Tom King and Jeremy Adams kind of had a few ideas.
No Tom King involved. Nope.
All right.
Nope.
What's happening, Jared? Great to see you, man. He says, yeah, every time I hear Tom King's name, I gag.
So do his fans. They're all gagging. Yeah.
Yeah. We will hear a lot of Tom King tonight, unfortunately. Not in the good way, but hope you're doing well, Jared. And yeah, we'll hang out soon this year. 2025 is going to be pretty fun. So I'm excited to get together and then collab. So we'll do that. Oh no, I didn't even think about watching Comic Tropes. Oh no, I forgot about him. Oh,
I think his was mixed in with just a regular live stream because I think he did like the first half as an interview with Rick Remender, and then the second half of the live stream was his top picks, where he didn't have a Rick Remender book in there.
okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I guess his number 15 is Penguin. Let's see why. We won't watch the entirety of some of these just for the sake of time, but
Thank you.
to save people brain cells, you know.
And the incredible Delator. And this title is so consistently good all the way through its run. It was 12 issues. It started in late 2023, but the lion's share of its run was in 2024. And if you like the Penguin show, this is the comic for you. This feels so much like the show. It is the Penguin being manipulative. It is the Penguin using people second guessing him as a super.
Would you guys say that?
I haven't read this. I didn't read it because Tom King.
Yeah.
Now,
but you watched the show though.
Yeah, the show was brilliant.
Oh, the show was fantastic. No way it's anything like that.
Yeah.
Poison Ivy. Poison Ivy is from G. Willow Wilson, and it's been running a very long time. It is into its late 20s, so it's been around for about 2 years, and I think each and every arc has been absolutely inspiring. It's
now, Josh, you had this on your top list.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you had the one shot with Poison Ivy, the Swamp Thing.
I had.
So see,
Poison
we're
Ivy,
not so
Swamp Thing,
different,
Feral
you and I.
Trees. That's true. That's true. I did have Poison Ivy, Swamp Thing, Feral Trees. I cannot deny that.
All right. Well, there you go. See.
All right, we got to bring this guy on. Bring him into the fold.
Yeah.
All right,
Bring
come on
him
in.
Bring him in.
Waters are fine over
Next
here.
year, we're getting him on. We're finding commonalities here.
Here we go.
You know?
looking at Poison Ivy as an eco-terrorist, as a Batman villain, as someone that is just wanting the planet to be saved. If you're looking at the actual character of Poison Ivy, she just wants the planet to exist, which is important to all of us, but it's the way she goes about doing it. So it's her morality and how we look at her, her ethics, her shades of gray. I really love the team that's been built.
All right, but at number 14, that's high praise. That's high praise.
Mm-hmm.
Rudy says, point of personal privilege. Thank you, Rudy. He says, is this playback speed? The guy at 1/2 speed. It's at 1/4 speed, just for the sake of time. I want to be respectful of
It's only
the
1/4
chat's
time, and this
for
fucking
our-
guy's like,
Oh,
Jesus.
dude, anything more than 1/4 speed would just be like,
You won't understand.
Yeah.
I literally started this off by saying every time I've met him, it was like he had done lines of cocaine.
Yeah.
It's just
Maybe
He's a professional enthusiast, man. If you got to be a hype man, that's how you got to be all the time.
I love her relationship with Harley. I think her so getting recommended. Then we've got Grommets. Grommets is an incredible miniseries.
Whoa, Josh, you had this one on your list too. Rick
I
Remender.
did.
There you go.
Hey, Wes even praised this book. It's a good book.
I will say, from what I've heard, this is actually a legitimately like good book, and it's pretty solid.
Yeah,
so.
it's good. It just there's one issue. It took a very, very hard turn with when it came to like acts of violence. I was like, holy shit, this is like one character trying to murder someone, a kid trying to murder another kid. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here?
Yikes.
But yeah, it's
all right. Well, speaking of kids, I'm excited to hear what he says about the new Uncanny X-Men team from Gail Simone, because apparently this is number 12 of his best.
What the?
I think this was my number 6 on my worst.
Oh,
so we'll see.
Here, this is cheating a little bit, but list number 12 is 2 sets of comics. 12 is going to be a combination of Uncanny X-Men and X-Men. Now, Uncanny X-Men is...
And I want to preface, listen very carefully to what he says about the covers of Uncanny X-Men. It might be some of those blasphemous words I've ever heard come out of someone's mouth. But here we go.
From Gail Simone with Marquez on art, and every single cover to this series looks like a classic Claremont Byrne cover. Every single one. So
Go back to that one there you had there.
Whoa.
Classic.
Can we get a replay of that real quick? Classic John Byrne covers.
Ew.
Chris Claremont, John Byrne. Are we? Are we?
No credit to Terry Austin. Never going to say Terry Austin there, asshole.
Yeah.
But we got to clip that. We got to keep that one.
Oh man, let's see. Let's just get an instant replay here.
X-Men. Now, Uncanny X-Men is from Gail Simone with Marquez on art, and every single cover to this series looks like a classic Claremont Byrne cover. Every single one of these is so impactful and rad, and luckily the inside is just as dope. It is a rogue-led team.
Do you see what cover he just held up? And he's like, yeah, John Byrne for sure, right? Like with all the kids, the school kids in their school uniforms, just standing there, total John Byrne, right? Like, yeah.
Oh my god.
He flashes it as quick as possible because he's like, yeah, John Byrne. You don't want to actually look at these covers.
Wow.
One of these is so impactful and rad, and luckily the inside is just as dope. It is a rogue-led.
Luckily.
So if anyone remembers this cover,
it's iconic.
It's terrible. It's awful.
This whole pause was great. That cover and that face.
John Byrne, right?
Trust me, it's good.
Chris Claremont.
You can Photoshop out that comic and literally put all this dog shit in there.
Oh man, yeah, it's just objectively false that any of these covers look anything like the John Byrne Claremont run. There's just no way. So
yeah.
Team. It is Rogue dealing with new X-Men, like new mutants coming into the fold. It is a beautiful relationship between Nightcrawler and Logan and Rogue and Gambit. All the dynamics are fascinating, but the new villains and heroes introduced are actually worthwhile. Really getting this Uncanny. I'm really
not at all. These kids are insufferable. Like these new X-Men mutant kids are the worst. They have no, like, the only character that they have are just like tropes and like stereotypes. There really is no dynamic between any of them either. And plus, to call this a team book is a crime. It's a rogue book. Ultimately, I think.
Yeah.
Liking this post-Krakoa stuff. Then over in X-Men, we've got the sensational Jed MacKay, who done such a good job with Avengers, also did some of the best Black Cat I've ever read, with the staggering Ryan Stegman on art. This stuff is so impactful. This is like iconic.
Time out, Max.
Stegman art? You don't like the Stegman art?
No. Stegman only did, 2-3 issues before he had to take a fucking break. And then other people came in, and then he's done like a half an issue since. It's like, no. No, you can't say that about Stegman. No.
Yeah, unfortunately, Stegman, this is not his best work, and I don't know if it's just
no. He's trying he's doing a different style, but like you said, this is not his best work. It's different, but it's just it's
Yeah. But like Jack alludes to, they have diversity, which is good, which is just automatically a good thing. So there you go.
Covers are just as powerful as the interiors. I love that the X-Men feel big and important again. I love Krakoa. I thought it was great, but I love the X-Men interacting with the world at large. Cyclops feels like a leader here, and I love that when they come down to it, it is the tale as old as time, opposing viewpoints amongst mutants, and that's why these are paired, because X-Men and Uncanny X-Men 2 months ago just started going head-to-head as they go save Beast from being imprisoned.
They fucking gave up. So if anyone read that last issue, they fucking just the bad guy just let them leave. The bad guy could have taken them all out right there in the Xavier Institute, but she just let them go. They didn't even fucking win. It's ridiculous. It's stupid. The arc has been stupid. The writing has been stupid. How anyone can defend this crap is beyond me.
I don't get it, man. I really do not get it. I struggle to find, like, okay, what is it? that I'm reading that they are finding like
mind blowing and cool.
Yeah, and like such value in, where I'm like, man, I feel like I just had like a really shitty burger from McDonald's that's been sitting in a garbage truck all day. You know what I mean? Like
If I had the option of getting punched in the face or reading the next issue of X-Men and Uncanny X-Men, I'm going to take the punch in the face.
Yeah, builds character. Not these comics though.
No.
Rudy, I love this. He says, "Time to make the guy walk the plank." Here, matey.
Great, get the trebuchet.
Yeah.
A
Jared
shirt.
says, yeah. This is the type of toxic positivity that really hurts the comic book industry. I think that positivity could be, I don't know if I'd say toxic, but just like inauthentic and disingenuous positivity, where it's just like, maybe it's for access, or maybe it's just because they want to love things, but it's like, actually love the stuff that you're gonna like, instead of just like, faking it. I don't know. Or maybe he just really does love this stuff. I don't know. But
I honestly, I really don't see how anyone can see that, how either of those titles are amazing and the best that was out this year.
No.
He is not reading these. He is not reading them all the way through. I guarantee it.
All right. Next, we've got Something Is Killing the Children for his number 11. I didn't.
That's still going
Shocker.
on.
Yeah.
Jesus fucking
Kyle's
Christ.
baffled by the notion that it's still even like in print.
Yeah.
Thing is killing.
But yeah, no, I've read one issue from Something Is Killing the Children. I just never understood it.
I tried reading the first 3 issues. The girl's the lead character. She's insufferable. She's a completely insufferable character.
Yeah. Jared, you may want to then skip the video because you may be exploding later, my friend. But yeah, no, Something Is Killing the Children. Just it's on every. I think it's just one of those ones that's like, oh, you have to put it on your list. It's just something you gotta do.
No. I have a hardcover down there of it. I haven't even read it. I think it's still shrink wrapped. Actually,
was that the local comic book day edition?
It may have been. Picked it up somewhere.
It's one of those ones where I was like, oh, everyone's getting these variant covers for the, Sikata. Something Is Killing the Children, James Tinian, and it was like the big, everyone wanted those ratio variants. And then I got one and I was like,
yeah,
Saga.
Go back just a little bit before he holds up that issue 69 cover, because that's.
Oh yeah.
Max, have you ever read Saga?
Never.
You would hate it.
What?
Really?
Yeah, wait, no, but you have. It's okay, but you gotta. We need volume while he's holding. Like, you gotta listen to what he says.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got a call from someone, so my headphones went out. But let's go
back this year. I feel like I'm reading the classic from 10 years ago. Saga was on hiatus forever. I mean, they got a 69 joke in issue 69 in the cover. They got away with it. I love that.
Yeah.
That's a good one. That's a good one, Coy.
He goes on to be like, it's so clever, and I'm like, it's not though.
Oh, no.
Like it's the obvious answer.
Yeah, you picked up on it immediately. Why was that
Yeah.
clever?
Yeah, listen. I people are free to like what they like. I get it. Saga for me was the biggest. Like, what the fuck? Why is this so beloved? Probably anything that I've ever read.
Because of dipshits like him.
Possibly. the first words in the book, issue 1, start of the series, is, "Am I shitting? I feel like I'm shitting."
Oh, good.
Neil
I'm not
Gaiman.
joking.
Neil Gaiman's bathtub.
Hey, there you go.
Oh no. Yeah, no. I've heard this time and time again that Saga seems to be super overrated, but then again, like I've got friends who are like I do have one friend who was in the Marine Corps, loved Saga, but Saga was it was like a symbolic comic for him. It wasn't necessarily like because the story was so good or because like the characters resonated, but he was given Saga on the day of his wife's, like the day his wife gave birth or something like that. So it had like really significant meaning to him. And then after that, he just collected all the books and he's like religiously for the Saga series. But it was because it was like, this for me is like a symbolic thing. but I don't know. I guess everyone has their reasons, but
I mean, I could understand the symbolic thing because she's having a kid right at the very beginning. That's why she's saying, "Am I shitting? I feel like I'm shitting." But if you ever want to talk about insufferable female characters, Saga.
Oh no, that bad,
Like
huh?
purposely meant to be insufferable.
Ugh.
And the whole point of this book was crap. Who's the writer again?
Brian K. Vaughan.
Yes, Brian K. Vaughan openly was like, "Yeah, I had all these different ideas for different books or shows or whatever that I got, thrown out. So I'm just kind of throwing them all in this book." He openly admitted it. Like it's just thrown it in the book. And when you read it, you think it's leading somewhere. It doesn't. It's just like, oh, this is here. Then you never see it again.
So Jared from Comics Lead says, fun fact, this is one of the hosts of the official DC Studios podcast, which makes all the more sense. So that tracks.
Yeah.
And Fiend says that fact doesn't sound very fun. It indeed was not very fun at all. So, but thank you for letting us know, Jared. You know what is pretty fun though? Rudy Tatigwe. Rudy, my man, coming in with $5 on the Stream Elements side. So like I said earlier, because I'm still monetized, you guys can donate and tip us for the evening for going through some of these cringe videos for our entertainment pleasure. But Rudy says, hashtag professional content critiquers 2025. Let's effing go. Rudy, thank you so much, brother. Sincerely, genuinely, we really appreciate your support. And thanks. Here is to our main man, Rudy. Cheers to you, my man. And here's also to feeling good all the time.
Here's to feeling good all the time.
All right. Let's get back to what Soy has to say. I mean, Koi has to say.
Use a character that you can immediately fall in love with. I love how much we love our legacy character. Going to be the absolute line of DC. I'd made a rule that
only
there was
number
not going to
9.
be anything.
Ooh, for the host of the DC podcast show.
Yeah.
That's a little low, Koi.
Yeah, that's a little low. That's pretty low.
It's a little low.
Under 5 issues, because if it was less than half the year, didn't seem fair to give. I don't know what the book is yet, but they're only on issue 3 of any of these. Absolute Batman's on 3, Absolute Wonder Woman's on 3, Absolute Superman's on 3, but they are so good and so reinventive. They're so approachable. They're such a great way to get into comics. Absolute Batman is what if Bruce Wayne was blue collar? What if he didn't come up with money?
No. Okay, time out. So, Absolute Batman is if you took Ogre from Revenge of the Nerds, made him Batman, but somehow, even without money, he's able to create and come up with all this shit. It's like, wait a minute, how the fuck does this work? You're able to do you're able to create a massive dump truck house Batmobile thing without any money. You're able to do all this shit without any money. None of this makes any goddamn sense. It's like, okay, you don't like money. I get it, but that doesn't make any logical sense. I can go with this Batman killing and chopping off limbs. That's fine. That's cool. But the fact you're trying to saying he's doing all this and creating all this without money, no, I don't buy that.
Agreed. It's part of why I look.
Oh, we all know why Josh hates these books.
Well, fuck you, Scott.
Yeah. Nerds, effing nerds.
Yeah, you gotta say like Ogre from Revenge of the Nerds.
Nerd. I just the gigantic monster truck doesn't do it for me, but Kyle did have this on his top best books of the year because you love the absurdity of it, I guess.
He didn't quite make it, but yes. As far as all of the ultimate or absolute stuff, it's like, all right, this is the one that's least dumb, which it's still dumb.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's still very dumb, but at least maybe entertaining a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not wanting to just completely rip it.
Go to art. I love Scott Snyder writing this new take on Batman. It is amazing. Then we've got Absolute Superman. And I say Ultimate intermix because this does feel like DC's Ultimate line in all the best ways. I think Ultimate is one of the best things that ever happened to comics in the 2000s, and it coming back in 2023 was astounding. Absolute feels like this great rising tide lifting all boats of DC finding a way to reinvent their characters in a way that's super approachable, that is changing comic books. And it, alongside DC's All In, is making comics the best time to get into DC Comics. I'm absolutely in love with what DC is.
Is it
What is this guy
best time
smoking?
to get into DC Comics?
God, are you shilling hard enough? Where's that dick for DC? God, dude. Oh my
The
God.
best time to
Where's
get into
the- I
comics?
was gonna say, where's his bat dildo in the back? Jesus Christ!
Does somebody from
I mean-
DC have a gun to your head right now?
Yeah.
Camera.
I mean,
Whoa,
look,
with that face, maybe.
I'll say this about the absolute line. Wonder Woman is a unique idea right there. I like that idea. The execution and the art, that's a different story. Yeah. Absolute Batman, like Kyle said, is absurdly, stupidly fun. Superman is not fun. That is not what I want in
No.
a Superman book.
No.
Nope.
All right.
Is doing with these two imprint ideas, and they brought back Vertigo. We'll talk about that in another video. But Absolute Superman is this great story of Superman helping the entire planet and being everywhere, being more akin to a refugee trying to find a place as an alien outside the world, as not being trusted. And I love this different take on Superman that doesn't feel inauthentic to Superman, but it's absolutely so incredibly
Yes,
different.
it is.
And then we've got Absolute One.
Oh,
God
he's like
damn
Max.
it,
He's
Max.
got a
I see
cat.
why you like
Just like
this guy.
Max, he's got a
Yeah.
cat.
Stupid
I don't know.
cat.
I don't know what
What
you
a
guys are talking
fucking
about.
piece of shit.
I didn't see a cat. I don't know what you all are talking about.
Oh,
But
God.
anyway, that didn't feel like Superman was genuine to his or authentic to his like character at all. Like it feels
No, not.
completely antithetical to that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Raider Nations 87 says, "Are you guys one of those channels? We are a channel.
We
You're
are
a channel.
Yes,
we're a
Welcome.
channel. You are
we
correct.
are.
Welcome.
Welcome." MG says 3D assets over absolute Wonder Woman art. Ooh.
Oh, my
That's a hot take right
Hot
there,
take.
because
Yeah.
absolute Wonder Woman art is also Batman Dark Patterns art. So
That's true.
I would
Go
Wait,
that
is it?
art. Same artist,
Sorry,
Well,
Mark,
yes,
different
but
art,
different
same
levels
art.
of quality.
yeah, which
Yeah.
look like different artists for sure. So oh, well.
Man, that's tough. Ooh.
And it is basically the world of comic books themselves. It is about
I did not read public
No,
domain.
I have.
would say-
I have. All I'm going
Oh.
to say is, if you want to read a better version of this, not written by a legitimate hack, Chip Zdarsky is a hack. That's all I'm going to say. If you want to read the best version of this, yes, he is. If you want to read the best version of this, read the Adventures of Cavalier and Clay by forget what the guy's name is. He's turned into an absolute jackass now in Hollywood, but he wrote. It's called The Adventures of Cavaliers and Clay. It's pretty much like a fictional take on the Siegel and Schuster story, and it's really good. I think he won the Pulitzer for it actually, but it's a good book. Michael Chabon, that's the name. Michael Chabon. Yeah, he wrote that.
Okay.
It's a good book.
All right.
Yeah, I read the first 3 issues, the public domain, and it is.
It's boring as shit.
I'd rather it's
Yeah.
like reading stereo instructions. It's like what the fuck?
Yeah.
You know what reads much better though? His number 7 pick, his Sevon pick. Y'all ready for this?
Oh.
incredible run of Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman by
Woo!
Tom
There it is.
I think
Whoa.
up there with the George Perez stuff. I think
Whoa!
This is brutal. It's like he hit you with the 1-2 punch and then like the Mike Tyson uppercut, and you're like, oh.
He
stunned.
talks so fast, he just speeds past it like he didn't say anything. And people, whoa, no. I don't
You're
think
like,
so.
wait, roll that back. Hang on a second.
You can hang out in my house, fuck my wife, but I'm gonna go take care of your tire.
Yeah.
Wait, what? They see me freaking fuck his wife?
Listen, I just want you guys to know that I was driving home from work when I first watched this before
my
sending it to Matt.
Oh,
I almost wrecked a couple of times.
Ran off the road. Oh my god.
oh man.
We've got Ian and Becca Comics just subbed. Well, thank you guys so
Hey!
much. I appreciate that. That is awesome. Love seeing new subs on here, and welcome to Comic Shop Conversations. Join the conversation. We're glad to see you here. And let me give you one of these. Sweet. Well, welcome in and enjoy some of the entertainment. We're just we're looking at how our top 10 lists match up with some of the other YouTubers here in comic book YouTube sphere, right? So
and Max, so since we do have probably some new viewers, maybe at some point later tonight we need to show our lists compared to some of these. The best stuff.
Yeah, for sure. Gavin says George Perez, Claremont, and Byrne. It's a great time for comics. Reach coin? Question mark. I think the late 80s was probably the best time ever to get into comics. I think that period of time was probably the best.
Absolutely.
Like 86, 87. Like
yes. That time, that was a great time to be reading comics. You had Tom. It is a big insult to his run. You had the black and white craze from all the independent publishers, which was a fantastic time. You had DC relaunching all their books. You had Marvel, the Jim Shooter eras with all of this stuff going on. It was a fantastic time to be reading comics.
Yeah. Ian and Becca, no, we love Perez.
Yeah,
we just don't think that his glorious name should be tarnished in the same sentence as a Tom King. So that's kind of why we're
it's like George Perez and the Bill Loeb, the William Messner Loeb runs. Those two runs are really, really damn good.
Oh. Well, I mean, I could pull up the clip as well, but I do have a clip of Rockin' Robbie also saying almost verbatim the exact same thing that Coy says here.
Really? You don't say that these fucking assholes don't have an idea of their own because they don't have two brain cells to share within each other. So then they all spout out the same bullshit.
Yeah.
Weird.
No, he said
weird.
Yeah, he said something to the effect of, and I'm paraphrasing here, but it was something like Tom King stands on the shoulders of giants like George Perez and William Messner Loebs, and he does so, fantastically or something like that. And I was like, oh no. All right, so let's see what else he has to say.
Of Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman by Tom King and Sam Peer is, I think, up there with the George Perez stuff. I think what they've done with Wonder Woman is reinvent her for the modern day in a way that is incredible. It is very DC based. It is very politically charged.
So by you saying that, you said you have made her completely cynical. You've made her pretty much with devoid of any morality. Because in this run, she has murdered American soldiers. In that first issue, she has murdered American soldiers. That happened. And several issues later, you have not just Diana, you have I think Donna Troy, and you have Wonder Girl herself murdering people as well in one of the specific issues. And I think Cheetah even that's Cheetah. She can murder people all she wants. But it's just like, what the hell is going on here? It's just, these are not heroes. These are not superheroes.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal to watch, especially because the whole storyline of what they first introduced in that first issue just completely goes out the window and
just
never
dropped.
goes back.
About the Amazonian who murders a bunch of bar people and people are in America upset. Like, whatever the hell happened to that? Done.
Gone.
It is very empowering. It is very intelligent. It's very
empowering and intelligent. Ooh, no. Wrong again. God, this is that isn't that what we always say? Tom King's writing is for, well, I don't mean to. Once again, I'm not attacking his character. I'm just saying what we like to say is Tom King writes for stupid people who like to think that they are smart. It's this bloviating. It's this like constant verbose, like pretentious asshole. Like, I'm going to write as much as I possibly can to sound like I'm smart. And that's what tricks people. They go, oh, he's so smart. He's so intelligent. But he has nothing of substance to say whatsoever. It's
the comic book equivalent to word salad. It is the Kamala Harris word salad.
So intelligent and empowering, boys. Yep.
Personally intense. It has a lot to say, and it's not holding back in any way. I love
it. Has a lot to say. What does it say? What is it saying?
Enlighten us.
Please tell us how when Wonder Woman smashes the tank on American soldiers and kills United States Marines, what is she saying? What poignant and nuanced take is that? Oh well.
done with Steve Trevor. I love how they built out Diana's world beyond just her as a character. I love Cheetah. I love all of the other, like, for lack of a better term, Wonder Women, like all the women that are similar to her, all beyond the Themyscirans. I don't want to give anything away. Get used to build her up.
Because you never read it, you fucking moron.
Don't
Don't give anything away because I haven't really read it. I've just heard everybody else say it was great, so I got to put it up here too. So it's great. Check it out.
Is so violent in its language, and it's so important in the message it's saying, and it's also
what is the message
What's so
that
important?
it's saying?
What is so
Please
important
tell
that you
us.
can't say or spoil?
What are the themes? At least tell us the themes, like
A theme,
like
anything.
the maybe how power corrupts, or maybe how no matter what, Wonder Woman stands up to the sovereign. You know, that's not giving anything away, but these are maybe overarching. He's just like, oh, it's so poignant, and the yeah.
The 50s was a bad time for women in this country.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You know, bitch, I gotta go.
I'll even take
I
that.
gotta
You
hang out with
fucking
my
whore. You better have
my
dinner ready for
boys.
me.
Yeah.
You fucking
Yeah,
piece of
tell you-
My
shit.
eggs were burned this
Yeah,
morning.
they were
you know?
burnt, you stupid bitch.
I tell you, we're to the moon, to the moon.
To the moon. God, that issue was still to this day one of the unintentionally funniest things we've ever read on here. It's like he has to be self-aware of how ridiculous that is, right?
Because
Like,
he's that intelligent. That's how
oh,
good it
he's
is.
on another plane.
Yeah, it's
Exactly.
just that deep. He's like Dewey
Yeah.
Cox. He's deep.
Yeah.
You don't get
Yep.
it.
Exactly.
I don't know. It feels like a book about Diana Prince in a way that I haven't read Wonder Woman before, and
It's a book
Yeah.
about Diana
You got
Prince.
that right.
Wow.
Because it
I
sucks.
sure hope so.
And yeah, it's about an evil Diana Prince. Yeah, that's what we're seeing here.
Yeah. Oh man. Okay.
really, I just love it. I think it's absolutely a book that every young boy, young girl, old man, young-ish
no.
adult, old woman, everyone should read Wonder Woman. I think it is so freaking good. Number 6 is going to be Nightwing, coming in at number 6.
Ooh,
Hey, there you go,
Josh,
Josh.
this is where we could use your expertise here.
Yep.
This is your favorite character. So I wonder what he has to say about Nightwing.
We've got Nightwing. This is the combination of the DC All-In stuff that just launched 3 months ago, as well as the pictured here Tom Taylor run with the incredible art that just blew me away throughout. This run from Tom Taylor, the art was by Bruno Redondo most of the time. These 2 issues happen to not be, but the art by Bruno Redondo was such a good use of the different ways you could show things going through a frame and kind of like storyboarding in a really fascinating way.
Okay,
I
time
really
out.
enjoyed the
Time out
flow.
real quick before we get Josh's take. All I'm gonna say is, to me, he ripped off the Matt Fraction Hawkeye run this whole time, especially with in Redondo. Bruno Redondo, he ripped off that artist's layouts, how he did everything in this run of Nightwing. This was redundant.
I can see that. I do think his stuff looks better, but
Yeah, it does. Everything straight down to the fucking dog, which was also in that Hawkeye run.
Yeah.
This is straight up lifted.
Hey, let's leave Bitewing out of this, okay?
Nothing but Nightwing? Is that one?
Oh no.
Of the book. I also thought it was a great reinvention of Nightwing. Basically, he's a billionaire by way of Alfred passing away, and they did what if instead of Batman making these crazy contraptions and punching people, he used his money to fix his city. They tried that with Nightwing to some success, and it was really cool to see Dick Grayson use.
He doesn't necessarily fix it. Doesn't he just give all the money away?
He does.
Yeah.
I mean, for the most part, yeah, he does.
Yeah.
He also doesn't know that there are homeless people in this book. Or he
God.
meets. It was like what, issue 2? He's like, "What? There's homeless people?"
Yeah.
Point of personal privilege. I believe it's unhoused. But yes.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Look, there are things about this book that I think are good. Bruno Redondo's art, top notch, and yes, I agree with Drew. Lifted a lot from Hawkeye. However, I think Bruno is a really good artist. I enjoy what he delivers here. I also think Tom Taylor can capture the essence of Nightwing, like in terms of his voice, really well. However, when you have him like not knowing about homeless people, when you have him letting a character just go and kill people for the entire run without stopping him until the very end, not because he's not one-upping him, he just like lets him just keep doing his thing. Like, You got a guy ripping people's hearts out. Go stop him.
Yeah. Never ripping them off. He's got like a vacuum cleaner suction cup
Oh, yeah,
thing.
he's
where he's
sucking
just
them
kinda-
yeah.
yeah.
I don't know, guys. I'm kind of starting to like Koi's takes. I think he
shock.
really like
Well.
has some good comic book reviews here. What
Look,
do you think?
even Gideon doesn't want to be on screen. Look, Gideon is pissed that he's getting associated.
He's like, do not associate me with Koi.
He's like, don't link me with that ginger.
Yeah, and yeah, well, they both have him and the cat have red hair.
Well, yeah, Gideon was referring to the cat, but yeah, they both
okay.
do. Yeah.
All right, fair. All right, let's see what else he says.
Using the billions to change Bloodhaven, and it was really great to see basically Dick Grayson do what Batman couldn't for a time and invented new villains. It brought in the community. It felt like a very driven book.
Oh my
and then the art was
God.
top tier. It's one of the best runs on a comic I've ever read.
What?
That's a
No.
hot
Whoa,
take.
whoa, whoa, whoa,
That's a
whoa.
hot.
Whoa.
He just said Nightwing did what Batman never could, and that this is the best run he's read of a superhero comic ever. Is that what I heard him say?
Yeah.
Yep. Anyone who says that this is doing what Batman never could clearly hasn't read much Batman.
No.
Because the whole thing with Leslie Tompkins in Batman, especially in the past 20 years, is they're opening up free clinics. They're doing all sorts of stuff. Like Wayne has always been helping serve the underprivileged. It's just that was done from a realistic standpoint of we're never going to completely solve this issue. Versus this, we're like money saves everything, but it doesn't actually.
Right.
What are you talking about? If every billionaire just paid their fair share in taxes, then
give all their money
solve
away.
everything. Every problem would be solved.
That's how economics work.
Yeah.
Boom.
Guys, I'm dying. The chat is turning on us. Survive says, I don't know, Chad. I think I'm a Koi boy now.
Ban this guy or chick. Probably a
Man,
guy. 'cause
mods,
he's an idiot.
get him out of here.
Yep.
We don't need
Hang up
all
on this
Koi
loser.
boys in our
Hang up
chat.
on
You're
him.
out. Yep.
We don't want any Koi boys. That's too funny. All right.
Period. Tom Taylor and Bruno Redondo's run, one of the best ever. But it's also a very 2024 book. It's very politically charged in a lot of community-based ways. Like
Time out real quick. Even Nightwing runs all considered. Look at all the different Nightwing runs there have been.
Yeah.
Chuck Dixon.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Kyle Higgins. You got even Tom King and with Tim Seeley on their run.
Yep.
It's like any of those runs I would take over this shit.
Mm-hmm.
That is a fucking insulting comment he just made there to those creators. Even to Tom King, which is a low fucking blow, but it just to Chuck Dixon what he did for Nightwing, reinventing him. You know, in Bloodhaven, it's like fuck you, dude. It just read some good comics. Jesus.
Yeah, look, I love Grayson by Tom King and Tim Seeley. I think it's fantastic. So just throwing that up.
Shill.
Yeah.
Shill. No, I'm kidding.
Sorry, it is.
At least you don't host your own DC podcast, so there you go.
Oh wait, I only used to write for a publisher that was like sponsored by DC. You know.
But guess who got all the comments from HR saying like, Josh, we kind of need you to tone down
the rhetoric. The hate
it
speech.
wasn't even HR. It was the fucking publicity team.
it was the creators themselves being like, who the F is this guy?
The 29th of December, and I wanted to take a few days off, but I wanted to get this video out by the end of the year. So I'm a little fuzzy because I wanted to have some time off, and I haven't taken any yet because all the what if stuff. So I'm very tired. I apologize. It is one of, I think, the most important messages of community because I want people to understand that voting is important, but also voting locally is important, and your community is important, in your town, in your city, all of those things. And it's a superhero book that focuses on the small that turns into the big. And I think that's essential. And I love this book. So Nightwing, highly, highly recommend you check out. It is my number 6
voting
coming
what
in
the fuck is he
at
talking
number.
about?
Yeah, because it's got the whole plot line with Nightwing's new sister, half sister that gets introduced that comes in, and she becomes like mayor. Like all that
the bear pirate Viking queen.
Oh, was he a butt pirate, right? Night Queen was a butt pirate on that ship, right?
No. That was God, what was her name?
Oh, she was the bartender. Yeah, I forgot about her.
Yeah, she was from prior to
Yes. I'll never forget. they're like having like that a town council meeting or whatever, and like she's talking, and Dick Grayson says, "Oh, he's still Rick Grayson. I'm sorry." He's like, "She's the most amazing woman I've ever seen in my life." It's like, fuck you. Oh my god.
Her name starts with a B. I can't think of what her name is now.
Is it Bianca Bureau?
No.
Oh,
It was B.
Betty?
B. Was it B?
B? Was it just B?
That's clever.
Maybe.
Probably makes sense.
Yeah, it's the one character that if you tell me you don't know what you're doing when you bring this character back, like that, it was that level of stupidity bringing her
Make
back
her a
in.
pirate.
And then making her a pirate who always knew that he was Nightwing. Like, fuck off.
Great run there, people. Perfect.
It's the best Nightwing run ever.
Best run.
One of the best runs.
One of the best runs ever from any comic
the
book
best?
of all time.
Everybody tells me so. It was the best.
I've read a lot. Let me tell you what. I've read a lot of garbage runs out there, but this run, one of the best.
One of the best.
Number 5 is Geiger. This is the newest of these books. It is only in its.
I can't argue with that.
No,
Yeah.
I can argue with this.
Let's get to it.
A few good issues of Geiger. The rest are boring as fuck. This guy's such a mopey, whiny bitch. It's like, okay.
I mean, that's high. Number 5, like Geiger for number. I can maybe
Too
see
high.
Redcoat or like
Right.
You know.
But you know what? At least we had Geiger in kind of our honorable mentions or didn't quite make it. It's like we at least have a positive outlook on it. So, who cares what he says? But yeah. I mean, like this, I can understand why someone would put this in their list.
This one is interesting. Sure. Number 4. Did you guys read this one?
Hellblazer Dead in America.
I know.
One of the longest titles in a comic book ever.
So, okay, real quick. Cy Spurrier he's another one of those writers where he like a Tom King. He's one of those writers who likes to sound. He likes to think he's Alan Moore. He likes to think he is Alan Moore, and especially in his Flash run, which is fucking horrible. And I know people have said, you gotta check this out. I'm like, no, I don't like Cy Spurrier's run because he likes to think he's fucking Alan Moore, and he's not Alan Moore. He is very long-winded. His writing does not make for enjoyable reading.
No, I've never read a Cy Spurrier book that I liked.
Yeah.
He also makes some odd comments on Twitter, especially during the whole at Pisker stuff. He was posting some weird things there, and then Cy also, when Diamond Publishing had released that they were filing for bankruptcy, he posted something on Twitter and just said, "Well, whoopsie," or something stupid like that. And I was just like, "You're a grown adult, right? Like you depend on these distributors to give your stuff out, right? Like just childish, childish." So, but yeah. So I mean, I didn't read this. I don't know if you guys want to listen to this, but I was gonna skip it and go to the next one.
Yeah, just skip it.
Number 3.
He's an idiot. God.
No, I mean that's
Jesus
fair.
Fucking Christ.
My favorite new
Department of Tooth
world invented in comics in a long time. Saga. Holy crap, got me back into comic books in a broader way than just the Cape stuff that I was reading for work. And then Department of Truth revitalized so much of my love of reading. It is about a world where if something becomes too popular an idea, becomes a reality. Fiction can become nonfiction, and if enough people believe in it. So if enough people start thinking Sasquatch is real, Sasquatches will start popping up. And there's a department in the government that is responsible for keeping the truth by literally making sure they stay on a path of no, that's not real. And then there's other opposing forces like the Department of Lies, a Cold War regime. There's a bunch of stuff about, in this arc we just got through, Marilyn Monroe actualizing in her own mind certain things with Kennedy. And there's also the elements of what conspiracy is in America. The book is led by Lee Harvey Oswald in a fascinating.
So I mean, this all sounds interesting, but you guys read the book, right?
Well, here's the thing. Kyle and I did review it, and it was good. We were pretty much recommending a lot of the issues, but the problem after a while is there was a long gap in between when the issues came out. I think maybe a year, year and a half, and I just gave up on it. And
I did. I was like, you know what? This is a cool, mini 12 issue, whatever. You want to do a quick 12, maybe 20. It's like, okay, cool. It's like, you're still fucking writing this shit. It's 40 fucking issues in. It's like, you're still going with this? Like,
Yeah.
decompress. It's like, no, let's draw this shit out or as long as humanly possible. It's like, oh,
That's
Didn't-
James Tiny Onion. Let's draw this shit out.
Fucking
You know,
point.
I was gonna say too. Isn't part of the reason that this stopped and Something Is Killing Children stopped for a while was because of a Substack? Like, wasn't there something?
Oh,
contractual?
yeah, that may have been right.
That could have been it. Yeah.
Yeah.
fascinating way. It is so interesting. It deals with the mythology.
Oh, I just remembered what his number 2 is. Oh my lord!
Oh, let's see.
Kind of big
Is
way
it a
with
number
this
2?
JFK Marilyn Monroe arc.
It's a
Highly
number.
recommend
It's
you
a
check out this
Neil
book. Please,
Gaiman
please,
number
please, read the
2.
part through. And if you do, let me know in the comments below what you thought of it. All right, we're down to our top 2, and again, 4-way tie for these. But number 2 is going to be Ryan North's Fantastic Four. Ryan North's Fantastic Four.
Oh
is
my
favorite
god,
of all
you
time.
gotta be
Fantastic
fucking
Four.
kidding. There is no way this guy is real. There is no fucking way he is real. He is a fucking cartoon character.
I'm walking away. I need a mental break. I'll be right.
Oh, no.
This run on Fantastic Four may be the worst run on Fantastic Four I've
Maybe the one in
ever read.
comics. Like,
Yeah, well, yeah,
awful.
in comics in general, it's bad.
Awful.
Well, you
Yeah.
guys didn't like the dinosaurs? Oh, the dinosaur,
God.
Doctor Doom dinosaur.
Any of these issues are all of them not funny. It is. I remember issue 1 was just like, is this supposed to be funny? Like, it was just such a what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah. The only redeeming thing and the only like pass I'm giving this series is that the Alex Ross covers are beautiful, which almost makes
Yeah.
it worse because they're wasted on this.
Just buy one of his art books with him in there.
There you go.
Yeah.
No, buy the deluxe edition, the
Full
extended
Circle.
edition of also Full Circle, yeah.
Mhm.
And he's got all those covers in the back. So there you go.
Agreed.
Run. I love the OG Stan Lee stuff. I love the way Kirby
No, you
brought
don't.
to life these
No, you
characters and the energy in that old stuff. I personally have a huge soft spot for
Liar.
the Mike Ringo illustrated stuff.
Yep.
Mike Ringo is the era that I see Fantastic Four as. That's when I really discovered them. Mike Ringo is one of my favorite artists. This is the first thing to pass that. This passes the
Oh,
Hickman stuff. for me.
Pass
Oh,
that.
pass.
Pass Stan Lee and Jack Kirby Fantastic Four, the first Marvel family, like the quintessential Fantastic Four, 48, 49, and 50. Pass that? Oh my
Oh.
god.
Time out. Okay, so real quick, I love the Fantastic Four. Did he even say John Byrne? Did he even
No.
bring
No,
up
he didn't
Nope.
mention him. No.
arguably the greatest run since King and Kirby? He did that by him fucking self, writing and illustrating it. And it was amazing. And on top of that, I mean, on top of like the Lee and Kirby and John Byrne, to me the third best. I love from the '90s run. We had it was Paul Ryan on the art, and I think it was I forget who was writing it, but it was amazing stuff. It was when Mr. Fantastic goes missing. Everyone thinks he's dead, and you have Ant-Man and Namor on the team. And they're trying to find Reed, going through the multiverse. It is beautifully illustrated, fun stuff. And this run is nowhere close to any of those issues. Nowhere close to any of those. And it's insulting to not even bring up John Byrne. This guy is a moron. I even so real quick, at New York Comic Con last year, 2 years ago at this point, 2 years. I met Ivan Coelho. Ivan Coelho was staying in the same hotel as I was, and he was there with a bunch of other foreign artists in like the hangout area of the hotel. Just they were illustrating. They were working on their upcoming pages of their books. Ivan Coelho was working on Fantastic Four pages. I went up there and had a brief talk with him. His English was not good, but I told him, like, dude, you are the reason why I'm checking out this Fantastic Four run. Ryan North is a dickhead. He cannot write to save his life. But you are the reason why I'm coming to Fantastic Four. You get it. He doesn't.
Yeah. Damn, that's some high praise to say that this run has been better than like the ones that created them in the first place. There are very few runs I can say that with almost anything. But yeah, K Blixit says, I know some comic fans can be pretty critical, but for me, this run feels fresh and exciting. It's not trying to completely reinvent the Fantastic Four, but it's giving them a really fun, smart update.
And hey, that's great.
I mean,
That's great. That is your view. I respect your opinion. I will have to respectfully disagree.
Yeah. No, I disagree with the aspect that he talks about how the characters and the story feels like it has more heart. I feel nothing from the character, like in terms of in terms of heart, it just feels very generic and bland. It feels kind of just like fast food. I don't get that heart in there. But like I said, or like Drew was saying, your critique of that book is super valid, and I'm glad that you enjoy it. But I would highly encourage you to go read John Burns and Stanley.
Yeah,
Jack
John
Kirby's all
Burns,
the
Stanley,
classics.
Jack Kirby. Check out the it's Tom DeFalco and Paul Ryan on the art. Check those runs out. They are check those out. They are amazing. And hell, even when Walt Simonson was doing it, and he had fucking Art Adams on the art, and he had Art Adams and Art T-Bear. It just any of those are better than this run.
Good.
This passes some of the Marvel Knights stuff for me. This is the #1 Ryan North's Fantastic Four. My favorite Fantastic Four of all time. Because it is space adventures that lean into science in such a major way. This book is so intelligent and teaches you things. There's scientific theorems presented as just here's a comic book. There are concepts and there are experiments that feel so educational but fun. The characters are exactly how I imagine them. The actualization of these characters in such an insane way is wonderful. I don't know. I love this book so very much. It is the first time I have made Fantastic Four the top of my pull list every single week it comes out. It is some of the most outlandish stuff that somehow works. Like you have science utilized in like a blood hunt event, but then you also have these contained love stories between like an alien and Human Torch, but then you've also got like a dinosaur Doctor Doom, all while actual scientific theorems are posited. It is perfect. It is Fantastic Four. It is Marvel's first family. Read this run in Fantastic Four. And finally, my #1 book, and the only book that could beat Department of Truth, Fantastic
Ultimate
Four,
Spider-Man, right?
Stuff, the only book that could be higher than the big return of Saga and what I thought Nightwing did, Dagger, Wonder Woman, the only book.
Amazing Spider-Man.
Ultimate Spider-Man.
Oh, there it is.
Fucking bitch.
Man.
Of course. Everybody else is saying it, so I have to say it too. So don't be mad at me.
I still don't get it. It's like I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. I do not understand like such the infatuation with Ultimate Spider-Man. I don't get it.
Because these are retards.
Every single month. I haven't even read this issue yet. It's not back and boarded yet. This is from
you haven't read any of them. Because you're just saying what everybody else is saying.
I didn't read any of these issues, but it's so good.
Yeah, bear that in mind. He just said he made that his #1 when he said that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Comics. This, my lovelies, is my favorite Spider-Man in a decade.
Saying that,
this
fucking
groomer.
But we're not your lovelies. We're not. He's not. We're his lovelies.
No, I'm not.
I don't know if I want to be his lovelies.
Beautifully illustrated by Marco Cicchetto. This is
some issues, not all of them,
and it is basically what if Spider-Man got his powers in his 30s because the maker and evil Reed Richards made a world without heroes whatsoever, and so he had all the responsibility, none of the power. So he gets the power as a father, as someone later in life. And I love the implication and the question and conversation about in the year 2000, we needed to make Spider-Man young again. We needed to have that sense of joy and wonder. Now in 2024, we need a responsible Peter Parker. We need an adult, and we need him to. It's just really interesting in 20 years how we had an adult Peter Parker in the Straczynski run in the 2000s that was so good. And now the Spider-Man stuff in mainstream isn't working as well, but this adult Spider-Man, this 30-something Spider-Man as a father with Mary Jane, reinventing him, giving him great reasons why he talks to himself through the suit, reinventing his relationship with Harry Osborn, and because he didn't get the incident with the robber at a young age, Ben Reilly's still alive. He's working with Jonah Jameson at the paper. It's so good. It's such a great reinvention. It is so interesting. Love seeing these characters get brought into a new era. Love how classic this book feels at every turn. Love how I completely understand the way that story per issue would work in the modern day, but I still get surprised by the twists and turns. It just feels so authentically Spider-Man. It's such a love letter to the character while not being.
I think you meant Ben Parker instead of Ben Reilly, but sure.
Yeah. Whatever. Whatever.
Okay, yeah, that's
whatever.
Yeah,
just a miss.
Fucking idiot!
You know,
you're not a fucking comic book nerd.
It's bullshit. It's bullshit.
If Ultimate Spider-Man were actually going through with this idea of let's explore Peter Parker becoming Spider-Man in his 30s with all this other responsibility, that'd be great. But we've gotten like Spider-Man for a maximum of like what, 20 pages?
And from all issues so far, from like 1 through 12, I think like maybe 20 pages, if that. Yeah. If we're lucky.
But listen, guys, it's about the. I love the dynamic between Ben Parker and J. Jonah Jameson, and that they just talk in saunas and bars. Like that is truly like why the book is why it's such a great Spider-Man book. Am I right?
It's ultimate.
You know? It is quite the ultimate book. So there you go.
That's almost so. On average, we've seen, if you want to average this out across the series, we've seen roughly on average Peter in costume as Spider-Man in each issue roughly a page and a half. That's it.
Maybe, yeah.
Losing.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. On to our next one. This is from a comic book channel called Kurt's Comic Review. And I don't think any of you guys have seen this one, but maybe Josh, you may have seen this in your research. Coy, Kurt, yeah, and
is this the blonde dude or the dark haired dude?
Blonde.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I saw this one.
Okay. Kyle, you're gonna love Kurt.
I
think Kurt's gonna be probably your favorite because he has one of your top 5 comics in his top 10.
Oh, so Max, you want to show people who are new here? There's some names I don't recognize in chat. You want to show them like what our top 10 lists were like? If you can pull that up real quick, so some people are curious.
Let me go ahead and see if I can grab our top 10.
Whoa, grabbing what? What are we grabbing?
I consent. I consented.
Oh, okay.
I consented too.
You can't take it back though. If I tell you to get in the tub, then you're getting in there with it.
I consented in the clawfoot tub in the garden
with Mr. Gaiman. So McDizzy is our main man, Josh, MVP. Turd Burglar is Kyle, and Drew, aka Dolan, is here. But yeah, no, we had Conan, Nottingham. We had Bear Pirate Viking Queen. We had Space Ghost, Transformers, Universal Monsters, Frankenstein, the one hand fisting of the 6 buttholes and the 6 fingers and the
one hand of Gaiman and the 6
now, but if you read it, you would like it.
Hey, you know what? I think actually Kurt has the one fisting of the fingers in his top. So I don't doubt that it's good. It's funny. That's all. But I have not given it a chance yet. So there you go. We also have Feral. We all had Ghost Machine in some way or the other, whether it was Rook, Patriot guy.
Redcoat.
Thank you. And let's see. Lobo Cancellation Special, Dark Knights All Winter, Sacrificers was another good one. Prairie Gods,
Duke.
Some one-shots.
Nightclub
G.I. Joe,
Duke,
Nightclub, yeah.
Flash Gordon.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Flash. So, yeah, I mean, I'd say that's a pretty solid top 10 between the 4 of us. Like, I don't think we've missed anything from those picks. I think I mentioned Duke and just the Skybound universe in general. But so with that being said, now that we kind of have like an established core of where we stand, let's see what some of Kurt's are.
Oh, I cannot tell you how hard it was to get ready for this video because
already hate it.
Is this a
dude? Who knows? It depends.
It's a dude. Yeah, Max, I saw this.
It depends, Kyle. Like
on weekends, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Hey, he's got Saga on his bookshelf, so that's a good sign.
There you go. Josh, I was going to say, I figured you probably saw this one. It got some good views, but man, it's like, I feel like all these guys take a bump of coke like right before they go live or like right before they start recording. It's crazy.
Oh, I cannot tell you how hard it was to get ready for this video because last year when I did top 10 comics of 2023, I had only been doing this channel for a few months, so there weren't that many comics to choose from. This year, I have had so many great series that I have to deal with choosing between. I'm serious. I labeled over.
I'm quirky and have a personality.
So real quick, I'm checking out his bookshelf porn, what he's got back there and everything. But
That's good stuff, right?
There's some good stuff on there, but there's some stuff that where I'm like, he's instantly lost his cred. Like 1010, he's got the fucking 1010 set. Dude, get the fuck out of here. You're a grown man. Get that shit out of there. You're not 5. You're not French. Get that shit out of there.
Oh, we'll see. But he's got new X-Men and New Frontier and Women in the Comics.
Yeah, I saw that.
Hey,
like,
New Frontier is good. Let's not hate on New Frontier.
Yeah, New Frontier.
Oh no, I didn't mean to.
Oh, okay.
I was just saying how much of a juxtaposition he goes from New Frontier, which is great, to Women in the Comics.
Yeah, it's like it's a very staggered collection he's got here. I'm like, he's got some good stuff, and he's got stuff where it's like, who the fuck are you?
And then why are you displaying Blood Rick, which was like such a random, odd kind of. I mean, if it were James Stocco, maybe this would have been better, but no.
Yeah. Then you got the knockoff Power Rangers with Radiant Black.
Yeah, everyone loves that one.
Sure.
All right, let's see what else he has to articulate.
For this for days. I spent literal days just reading comics so I could refamiliarize myself with all these series that I've been thinking about and talking about for the past year. But I have finally done it. I have finally made a top 10 comics of 2020.
I hate it. I
want to fucking jump out a goddamn window. Like
I finally.
He's not working the fucking birdcage right now out there with Robin Williams and they singing "We Are Family" as a fucking drag queen. All right, you fucking fag, just get to the goddamn.
But it's his quirky personality. Oh, wait a second, is that a Miracle Man omnibus I see back here?
Yes, it is.
Oh,
yeah.
No, wait a second.
And he's got almost the entire Sin City run back there too.
Yeah.
He's got From Hell, Kingdom Come,
good stuff.
Saga,
Watchmen.
Oh, the Watchmen.
Yeah.
For a list that I am proud of, and Ultimate Spider-Man is not on that list. Cry Me a River.
Okay, that's good. We're off to a good start.
I fucking can't stand this shit.
Wait, he's edgy because he didn't put Ultimate Spider-Man.
Hey, he's gone up one notch because he said he didn't put Ultimate Spider-Man on the list. It's like, okay,
he's already better than Coy?
Yes.
No, hang on a second. We haven't even heard what he's had to say.
It's true. I'm not judging him yet.
Just because he
doesn't never mind. I am. I fucking hate this piece of shit.
I just more than anything, I hate the affectation thing that he does, though.
That's what it is, man.
This literal face that you paused it on, I fucking hate it. Like I want to punch him in the face.
He's got the face of that guy from that horror Thanksgiving movie from the 80s. What was it called?
Blood Rage.
Blood Rage. Yes.
Yeah.
That's not cranberry sauce.
Oh,
that's not cranberry sauce.
He's just asking to be punched right in the fucking jaw. Like he just. I know he'd be considered a
right here,
but
here for me.
Come on, come on, boy! You want to hit me?
Howdy, I'm Kurt Williams, and these are my top 10 comics of 2024. But before we get into those, you know that we have to do a few runner-ups. This one was a runner-up last year, too. It's Saga. It is still coming out. It's going to keep coming out until the day we die, if not later than that, because this series just goes and goes and goes and goes forever and ever. It's still really good, and the art by Fiona Staples is amazing, but I don't feel like there's enough of a strong direction in there. There's barely any emotional payoff in each individual issue, at least, if you look at every 6 issues.
And it made your top 10?
Well, his honorable mentions. Okay, so it wasn't that great. It wasn't perfect. He also had The Boy Wonder.
Was amazing.
That's fine.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, that's all right. See, I told you guys. Don't. He may not be worse than Coy. He might have some good stuff on here.
Not that it wasn't good enough for the top 10 list. It's that there were so many great comics that were even better than this. This next runner-up is fairly recent. I've been really enjoying it. It has a great writer and great artist, and I love every issue, and I'm definitely going to keep collecting it. But the fact of the matter is, Hyde Street is kind of just running on
Hey.
Okay.
gimmick power
Alright.
at this point.
Okay.
It's not a
Whoa,
Okay.
gimmick power. Uh-oh. All right. Why is it running on
Well,
gimmick?
total ripoff.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I think he might make a valid point.
That it's just the Twilight Zone.
Mm-hmm.
Hyde Street is kind of just running on gimmick power at this point. It's not a total ripoff, but it is very similar to the Twilight Zone. And it's got its own continuity, it's got its own universe, it's got its own recurring characters, so it's not just one-off episodes every issue. It has an overall plot, but it has yet to grab me by the heartstrings. Right now, it is just really cool. And it certainly is really cool. It has a ton of references that I love, it has a ton of character development that I love. The art by Ivan Reis is amazing, but like I said, it's just really cool, and that's not enough to get it onto the top 10 list this year. This next one I really struggled with. It's another Ghost Machine title, and I think it's even better than Hyde Street, but still just barely doesn't make the cut for top 10.
Is he like a
It's
second
Geyser by
grade
Jeff
teacher
Donnelly.
grooming kids? What the fuck is
Oh, no. It's the hand motion, it's the gestures, it's the facial expressions.
It's a
kinda a
whoopee
little bit
whoopee
everything.
facey noisy sounds.
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah.
what the fuck are you talking? Like, who are you
Just
talking
a
to?
little bit of just and then he had Geiger. I think he's even got Redcoat on here, maybe.
Because I love the series. I love reading every new issue. It's so fresh and exciting and fun and different. And I really feel like I am seen as a fan of all things comic and cartoon related. It's
Oh.
Uncanny Valley by Tony Fleece and Dave Wake.
That's fine. That's a good series. It's a
Another
good
good one?
series. Yeah,
It is
it's
a good
one.
series.
Yes.
Good deal, man. He's
See, that
nailing
was-
him right now.
Yeah, that was one of the ones that I didn't have in my, didn't quite make it. That I was like, I want to say nice things about it.
All right.
Characters, it's Absolute Batman by Scott Snyder and Nick Dragotta. Everybody loves this book. It's the best Batman book since New
That's not
52, which makes sense because
So what's gonna be funny is that you know how he's been like kind of highlighting pages and like showcasing like, oh, and this is a page from this book, and this is a page from this book. Josh, notice what page he highlights
I know,
out of every page he could have picked. Every single one, he chooses the one that we gave a hard time to on our live show.
Scott Snyder is the best Batman writer since, I don't know, would you say Frank Miller, I guess? This new
Whoa, that's a bold statement.
No.
Best Batman writer since Frank Miller?
No.
That's
Incorrect.
That you just insulted Chuck Dixon, Doug Monk, Larry Hama,
Oh yeah, Doug Mank, yeah.
Jeff Loeb. Jesus, what the fuck, man?
Yeah, that's bad. It's a bad take.
Batman is nuts. He's huge. He's incredibly smart. He's all over the city. He has no money, which is a really refreshing change of pace. He's funny and
Thank God. Thank God, because he has to have no money in order for me to like him.
Oh, thank God. I hate when Batman
God,
has
go
money.
fuck
Oh.
These dickheads don't get it. It's like, okay,
no.
you're giving Batman all the same fucking toys, but he's able to do them without fucking money, which doesn't make any goddamn sense.
No.
No, you just took away the money because you have a problem with fucking money.
And it's like, oh, I love how fresh the take is. It's like it's not fresh anymore. They've done this
Yeah.
30,000 times at this point.
Yeah.
Like it would actually be fresh if they gave him his money back.
Scott Snyder himself has done this more than once.
Yes. Ugh.
in the way that only Batman can be funny, but he's also really intense and scary when he has to be. And if I was to make suggestions for the next artist to work on a big Batman book, it probably wouldn't have been Nick Dragotta, but his style is really popping here. He can do so much with a panel in terms of establishing setting and atmosphere and tone, and he's also really good at it.
Whoa. So in his review, he's talking about how dynamic the art is from Dragotta and how intense Batman is, but yet he chooses to showcase this page that's like 18 panels
on a single fucking page of people playing poker. Not once, not twice, but 3 fucking pages.
Yeah, and this, geez, Harvey, you're such a two-face.
Oh God!
Two-face.
Give me a break. Yeah.
This oh God.
economy of space, because on this page he has 18 panels, but it's very clear what's happening in all of them. You get a sense of emotion from all of them.
I love how Josh is like, yeah, he has fucking 18 panels, and then this guy's like, he has 18 panels. Like it's like an excited
18
like...
pansy wansy wandles all in one page.
Yeah.
So he said the exact same thing, but he like made it a positive somehow. It's like, no one wants 18 panels of just whatever this is. Ugh.
This is the stupid coincidence that you see in cartoons for 5-year-olds where everyone happens to fucking know each other. It's just I hate this shit.
Scott Snyder has had a hard on for this from day one.
Yeah.
Like he had everyone in his main New 52 run, he had like everyone in their dog that worked for Wayne Enterprises. He had freaking Harvey and Bruce being friends, and Harvey had always known Bruce was bad. Like, oh, just no. Like they were they were friends. If I remember correctly, don't butcher me if I get this wrong, but I do believe in All-Star Batman, he established they've known each other since childhood because they both were in a mental institution together.
Oh, interesting. Fresh new take.
Off.
It's really solid cartooning. This is the first time I've been excited about a new Batman series that I get to collect while it's coming out, because I didn't get to collect New 52 and it was coming out because I was in 8th grade. So I am stoked that I get to finally be excited about a brand new Batman
No excuses.
title, and I get to collect it as it's coming out. But I know there's a million videos you can watch about that series. So moving on to number 9 of the top 10 comics of 2024, it's the only Marvel series that's on this list. I made a video about it way back when it came out, but that was a while ago. It's Avengers Twilight by Chip Zdarsky.
Fair.
Okay.
Fair. Jaffiel.
And everyone pretty much says the same thing. It's the Kingdom Come of Marvel.
Yeah.
And there you go. And there you have it. On to his number 8, I believe this is.
Highly regarded of the Ghost Machine titles, but it's the one that has connected with me the most. It has engaged me the most. It's kept me the most interested this whole time. And the latest issue in particular really got to me on a deeper level than any of the other Ghost Machine titles. It's Red Coat by Jeff Johns and Brian.
Hey, there you go. Another base take.
Yeah.
Agreed.
And Josh even said that this was the issue that changed your mind. Or at least that really got you to see the series in a different light.
It gave me the emotional weight that I needed to really solidify this book.
Yeah.
So,
all right. So I think that's his number 8, he said.
Process that it really impresses me. It's the 3-issue series, Bear Pirate Viking.
Whoa! He's got it! He's got the Bear Pirate Viking Queen. I got to go back a little bit because I want to hear what he has to say is in like his intro to it.
Play into his strengths is what I'm saying. So that's number 8, Red Coat. Number 7 is a little bit different. It's a series that I still haven't fully wrapped my head around, but it's partly because it's so dense and there's so much to think about and process that it really impresses me. It's the 3-issue series, Bear Pirate Viking Queen by Sean Lewis and Jonathan Marks Baravecchia. This story about freedom and conquest and possession is so beautifully illustrated. Every single page is just another piece of frame-worthy art that you could put on your wall. It's not what I would call...
Who would do that?
No one in our circle would do that. None of us would be dumb enough to buy the genius Jonathan Marks Baravecchia art and actually hang it in our walls.
None of us.
No.
Not just one page, but two pages. Who would do that? It's like some other idiot that'd be like, "Oh, I want Jonathan Marks Baravecchia to do a cover for me." Like, who would do that?
Somebody stupid. They want to throw money down the drain.
Yeah.
What a joke.
I'm just glad that we called this title by its correct acronym, LGBPVQ+. LGB Bear Pirate Viking Queen Plus. Yeah. So Survive. You're right. This might be Kyle's son, long lost brother.
Yeah, it might actually. Kyle, is this your illegitimate child?
Potentially.
Oh, if this was I wouldn't be a father anymore. Let's put it that way.
Disavow.
You gotta do that 22andMe. thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
DNA test.
All clean, it's not orderly, it's not conventional, it's not what most people think of when they think of a comic book, but the emotion, the atmosphere that's conveyed in these pages is so tangible. You really feel like you are sucked into a world that exists within these pages. The dialogue is unique, the lettering is unique, the art style is unique, the pacing is unique, the panel choices is unique. This series is locked into its own vision. It's not trying to be anything else. It's just being the best there is at what it does. So if you're willing to do the work of reading a very dense, somewhat abstract comic, it's absolutely worth it for the emotional roller coaster that it takes you on. So that's number 7, Bear Pirate Viking Queen. Number 6.
So that's a
I
lot
noticed
of
you said
praise.
queen very well, so I think he's used to saying that.
Ah, I see.
Queen.
That's his number 7, and yet that's a lot of high praise. Like that made, by how he expressed it, I would have thought that was his number 1.
Yeah.
So what?
I feel
could
like
be-
we're about to take a turn for the worst.
Yeah, I was gonna
and
say,
that's
getting the
kind
good
of
stuff
where
out of
we
the
hit
way.
yeah, that's kind of where we hit a wall, because after that I'm like, wait, you put that over Bear Pirate Viking Queen? Or like, whoa, wait, how did we do so well? And then
This is a series that I started talking about way back when it first started coming out, and I'll admit that I wasn't that impressed with it at the time, but only the first couple issues came out when I made those videos. And after all 5 issues came out and I went back and reread the whole thing, I was blown away. This series made me think more than any other series on my list. It's Animal Pound by Tom King. And Peter
Oh,
Williams.
fuck.
Hey, but it's
Hey.
fine. You fucking piece of shit.
Pound Town by Tom
Pound Town.
King.
Oh.
So all I
Welcome
gotta
to
say,
Pound Town, boys.
I'm gonna say is clearly this. Yeah, it's like I would say, okay, you did not read Animal Castle, because Animal Castle is the much better version of the story.
That's right.
Yeah. And
even
yeah,
the art was better, even down to the
100%. The characters were better. The characters were so much better. The covers were better, and not just this comic was a ripoff of Animal Farm, and but I would say if you want to read a great version of what he's lifting from, or what he's doing, not what he's lifting from, because Animal Farm is a classic, but read Animal Castle. That is fantastic.
I'm just gonna go ahead and screenshot this because this is a great facial expression. I just love it.
Every time you stopped it, he's made a ridiculously stupid face. So
wonderful emote, that I can use. So now, whenever you guys text me and be like, "Hey, where's the show link tonight?" or something, I'll just send you him doing this. So that was Tom King's Pound Town.
Pound Town, yep.
And that was his
King.
number 5 over Bear Pirate Viking Queen. Let's see what else he has over Jonathan Marks Baravecchia.
It's just that I've never really seen the point in it, but I will say that I have never filled out an absentee voter ballot faster than I did after I read this series. Because with all of these
Oh, he's still talking about Pound Town because it's all about politics and stuff like that.
murky clouds of he said, she said, and he did this because of this and this. Like
I don't want this person voting if it took Tom King for you to figure out how to vote. It's like, no.
Wow. Tom King made me realize.
That's like, oh, please God, no, you're not allowed
Oh,
to vote.
no.
All of this complex BS that we have to deal with in our political climate, I guess is what you call it. It can be really hard to say exactly.
Yes, that is what you would call it, a political climate, I guess.
Correct.
I mean, I don't know what else you would call it. But
What someone did wrong and why we don't like them and why we don't want to vote for them. But this series does a really good job of showing you the whole process in this slow motion art. So that's number 6 on my top 10 list.
it looks like he got it signed.
He
too.
did. That's his signature. That's Tom's signature.
That's
King's
Tom.
signature.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
It does not look like it, but
It's terrible, yeah.
It's terrible. Yeah, trust me. I've gotten that
Looks like
signature
an 8.
many times. Yeah, it's not
Right.
good.
I've owned so many that I now no longer own. I had a
I'm
lot.
so
signed by
sorry.
him.
I'm so sorry for all of you that you had to go through that.
Yeah,
That you had
trust
to
me.
see him in person.
Yeah.
Oh, I've expelled a lot.
Listen, I will say one of the first interviews I ever had was Tom King and Tim Seeley, and it was actually, they were chill, a lot of fun. That person is not the person that I see today.
No. Something
Not even
happened
close.
in 2016 that changed him forever. So
Neil Gaiman happened.
yeah.
That are as smart and well spoken as Animal Pound, So that's number 6 on my top 10 list. Next up, holding its same place from last year's top 10 list, it's Beneath the Trees Where Nobody Sees by Patrick Horvath.
Whoa! Beneath the trees where nobody sees, in my knees where I pee. So all right, fine, but at your number 5, that's like I said, that seems
Still
pretty high.
last year. All right.
But this one is still so good. It's The Deviant by James Tinney and the.
Whoa, James Tiny Onion.
This person can probably relate to a lot of this book.
Oh,
well, he likes it so much.
Because I remember we read like the first 3 issues, and it was like it was the Queen. It was that like trans prisoner who was giving like a recount of like what happened. I forget. I don't.
Yeah,
even
it's some
remember
gay
what
serial
happened.
killer or something, and
That's
some
what it
gay
was,
guys like interviewing him about what happened at these old.
Yeah.
Then people are still dying now, and it's like, is this guy interviewing him like the one that's the killer? Is it the boyfriend that's in? It's like, is he being framed? We don't know. Yeah.
Tiny Onion.
Is it Josh? Probably. I mean, we don't know.
I mean,
I don't know.
Could have been.
Is it this fucking cuck? It probably is too. It could be with this dumbass hat. It would fit right in.
The Fourth and Joshua Hickson. I've made a lot of videos about this series because I love
Shocking.
it. It has me on the edge of my seat. The art is just immaculate. It really sets this spooky atmosphere. My taste is also not so much action stories where the heroes are punching each other for who knows why this month. I much prefer human dramas where you have slow dismantling of somebody's character so you can really see what makes
it's slow,
them
all right.
And this series is very
Oh, so he means decompressed storytelling. Got it.
Yeah.
Not
like
happening.
we've said. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. But no, like you alluded to, decompressed storytelling is the name of the game with Tiny Onion.
It's like, look, I understand Tiny Onion. He's trying to get into Hollywood. I understand it. This is probably a fucking movie script. Just like with Chip Zdarsky, most of his comics are fucking movie scripts. It doesn't mean a movie script translates to comic books. And because of that, it's like there's a certain pacing that's involved with comic books. His pacing is fucking terrible.
Yeah, it's really bad. It's really bad. He will show up one more time before this video is over.
Shocking.
Number 1 comic from last year to be the number 1 comic this year. I love this series, and I wanted to.
So this is his number 2, but he wanted it to be his number 1.
Get all the accolades it deserves, but when it really came down to it, Kaya by Wes Craig is number 3.
What is with this book? I don't get it. I've never understood it.
I checked out the first issue. I think I didn't get the fascination with it. I didn't understand it.
Robbie loves it as well.
Shocking.
I've heard a couple people talk about it. I've heard that it builds well. I haven't read it, so I can't say anything. But
I don't know.
I didn't like the art personally.
Maybe this was his number 3 then. Hold on, because maybe I thought he had 2 more books.
Can keep spending money producing the issues, but I did have to make the Comics of 2024. Number 2 on my list, I don't think got nearly enough love when it came out, partly because of all you sissies out there who are afraid of big words. It's Helen of Windhorn.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, that's right. That's what it is.
Oh, yeah. No, that's 100% what it was for us. Yeah. No, we read this book. So, oh God, sissies out there who are afraid of big words. I've never once heard that criticism posed towards like people who dislike Tom King's writing. That is wild. That's a wild take. That's a new one. I've never heard that one.
Wow.
Oh no.
Wow.
God.
That's why.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, it's not because the main character is an insufferable bitch.
God,
Literally
she
from,
is the worst.
like page 1.
Yeah.
Just drunken dumbass who just shows up and is like, fuck everybody, get the fuck out of my fucking face. I'm gonna fucking throw tables over and throw temper tantrums, and I deserve don't fucking tell me what to do. And it's like, I want to continue with this character. She's really exciting, and I really.
It's like, is this Tom King's wife? Yeah.
Probably.
Oh man. But that's what's seen as like strong in Tom King's eyes, and it makes no sense. But she's so entitled. She's a drunkard. She goes into the father's like wine cellar, and just starts ripping down wine bottles and smashing them. That are like hundreds of dollars of these beautiful wines that her father has collected, and she's just like, I don't fucking care, blah blah blah. It's just so insufferable and tiresome.
It's like our hero, ladies and gentlemen, our lead character. You were supposed to find that admirable, supposed to find that endearing, supposed to like that, supposed to be rooting for that. It's like, no, Tom, your moral compass is once again very, very much heading south, and these are not admirable qualities you want in a protagonist. This is an antagonist, and I think he's lost that.
And it's another waste of good art and a good artist in this book. The
Tom
art,
King's
I love
Tom King's a master of that.
Fucking just wastes artists.
Tom King is the best at that.
Yeah.
He wasted Clayman's life. Clayman has lost, I don't know how many years of his life he'll never get back because of Tom King.
Mm-hmm.
I think Josh wanted us to watch something that may have some similarities.
This is
I
kept trying to figure out why this guy's I kept trying to figure out why this guy's motions and the way he talked and moved seemed familiar. It's because of this fucking psycho.
Oh, guys, don't worry. Gen Z will get us through World War III.
All right, I'm with you.
Well,
all right,
all right. I'm not judging anything right now. Maybe he's super based.
Could be.
Or maybe cat self. I'm sorry. I don't know the comments. But Teckles Brown, maybe he likes Fair Pirate Viking Queen too, right?
Maybe.
I'm signing up for the military because I know my cat-like instincts would be very helpful in combat.
Okay, nope, we're not watching this. No, I'm kidding.
This is the same guy. This is the same
guy,
right?
They joined the Navy. Yeah. They joined the Marines.
Oh no, the Navy for sure. Yeah, they love it out. All the seamen out there.
Swapping that deck.
Chaka's look super cute in a military uniform. I'll be frolicking around in a pink uniform, though. If they're not okay with me wearing pink, they're gonna have to deal with my kitty wrath. I'll be honest. I've been super lonely here in my kitten burrow. So I know a change of military scenery will do wonders to my kitty brain. I'm gonna be super nervous trying to sneak in my catnip because I heard it's banned in the military. What the heck? I don't care that it's banned.
Josh, I'm getting cancer from this.
Yep.
Like, oh my god.
So I need my catnip to be the best in combat because I'm here to serve and meow for this country. Anyways, you guys wish me good kitten luck on my journey to the military. Ooh.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna be able to serve for us.
What? I can serve in so many different positions. Look.
Don't.
Ooh.
Don't.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Ooh. Ooh.
What is that noise?
Okay, we watched enough. We've seen enough.
Okay.
Let's get back to his top 10 comic books.
Yes. So I guess that's what he does on his free time, maybe? I do want to watch where he goes into uniform again. I'm sorry, that shit was so funny.
I've been super lonely here in my kitten burrow. So I know a change of military scenery will do wonders to my kitty brain. I'm going to be super by my kitty wrath. I'll be honest.
I don't know why that edit's so funny. Oh my god. The Photoshop is like so bad. Bean says, I'm sorry, I gotta be right back. I gotta take my toaster to the back.
Jeez.
Was this written by Tom King?
No,
Yes.
Steve Orlando.
Yeah. Oh, gee, we do need Jesus right now.
Yeah, we do.
That's for sure. Spay or neuter. Hopefully that doesn't procreate. Zax, he says this is a surprise for all of us. We didn't know that was going to be our next video, but
what's bad is that actually wasn't the video that I thought it was.
Oh no.
Oh, yeah.
But the mannerisms make sense. I get it. You know?
Yeah, the same hands and the whole
face. Yeah.
Is that just is that a that age group thing, or is it just you're a fucking retard thing?
It's tryhards. It's like people who think that they.
I'm sorry, you said retard. Okay, that's what I thought.
Yes,
Retard,
yeah. Tryhard retards. Yes. Heroes for Hire Comic Club says if he's fighting in War 3, we're all doomed.
Yep. 100%.
Yeah. Even that guy hates the Rippaverse. Damn.
Probably.
Gosh. Maybe. All right. I think he's got two more. He talks about Helen of Windhorn.
Oh, God. Same person.
Yeah. He's serving our country.
Tom King is so literate. He's like an actual writer, not just some guy.
Hey, what did we say earlier about dumb people who find Tom King to be really smart?
That's
Well,
a good thing.
when you wear your fucking cap like that, you're not intelligent.
You are a fucking moron. Yeah.
Well, what's funny about this comment, Max? I got to take it back to a story I love to tell. And someone else who thought Tom King was the most brilliant writer ever told that to his former publisher at DC Comics when I was right in front of him, and Dan DiDio, and he said to him and me straight to our face, "No, I fucking hated his run. It was terrible. I absolutely hated it." And
Batman run, yeah.
Yes, I laughed out loud. I loved it. It felt like validation. Okay,
Yeah.
publisher admitted it. I love it.
Yeah.
You felt seen.
I will openly admit I own Tom King books. I have Vision. I have Mr. Miracle. I have Grayson. I've got freaking Sheriff of Babylon. They're all good stuff. Omega Men.
I will vouch for. I'll vouch for Omega Men. Omega Men is really good.
Everything after that, not good. Not good.
Yeah, we did get a $20 super chat from you, Josh. That means that we still need to read Omega Men. So
That's right.
That's coming up soon. 2025, baby. It's our year.
Guy who likes superheroes and spandex. We have like 4 narratives stacked on top of each other throughout this miniseries. We have Helen's perspective. We have her nanny's perspective. We have her nanny's interviewer's perspective. We have her
Wow. So characters. You mean characters written in a book that tell their different perspectives?
Hold on, I might need to read this book.
They're all incredibly long-winded. They talk at great lengths, whether you want them to or not.
Easy goes it, boy.
You gotta read it for the plot.
Yeah. No, you got to read Sainted Love for the plot. That's really good. There, yeah.
by Tom King and Bill Quist Evelyn.
I want to rehash what he just said, because I think what he said was Tom King is super verbose and like intellectual, and he doesn't just talk about superheroes. I think that's what he said, but I just want to make sure.
Tom King's writing is so literate. He's like an actual writer, not just some guy who likes superheroes and spandex. We have like
Oh my god, bro. Not just some guy who likes superheroes and spandex.
He's like a real writer and stuff. Like he like knows words.
It's so pretentious because when you think about some of the greatest comic runs in history, they are men and women who absolutely love superheroes.
Alan Moore's Miracle Man, right behind him. There you go, right there.
There you go. Now, I'd argue that Alan Moore doesn't actually really like superheroes.
No, he doesn't. And he's even agreed. Alan Moore has even agreed. Like he doesn't even think Watchmen is that great. He's on the record saying that, and he says we have yet to have the great American comic book.
Yeah. But no, I'm talking about like
when I'm working on it. Don't worry. I'll be working on it.
That's pretty good. I thought the wizard himself was here.
My neighbor's going to be working on it.
Stephen Moore. He's going to be working on it.
Stephen Moore. Oh, he's brilliant.
But no, I mean, like you look at Jeff Loeb and Tim Sale doing Superman for all seasons, and you're just like, you're not telling me that that's high art. And those dudes absolutely love Superman, you know. But
Kingdom. He's got Kingdom Come right there on the shelf. He's got the black spine and the gold lettering. He's got Kingdom Come right there.
Yeah.
It's like, you mean to tell me that's not?
So you should have Tom King's namesy-wamesy on it. No, sure, it's not good enough.
I mean,
he's the little like heart things that they do. It's like
Frank Miller's Daredevil run.
Yeah.
And they get Darwin Cook's New Frontier. This guy's a fucking idiot.
like 4 narratives stacked on top of each other throughout this all at once, but it's telling the same story from a bunch of different perspectives, and we can see this long form progression of how a story evolves over like 100 years. Most of the series is spent with Helen herself in this fantasy world, which is so beautifully drawn by Bill Quist-Evely. This is another one of those series where there is
She's still drinking at this point. I didn't get this
Yes,
far.
very much an alcoholic.
A big major character development. Yeah, she's still a drunken piece of shit.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
And I was gonna say, yeah, we tried to give it a shot to be like, you know what, maybe she has an arc where she starts as a insufferable,
See you next Tuesday.
Yes, thank you. And then maybe like softens up and realizes like, oh, her father actually has some wisdom that he can impart into her. But no.
No, a man smacks her in the face and says, "You need to start acting like a woman." No, we don't do that.
Well, no, because remember, wasn't it the midwife or like the maid who was like, you need to be more respectful, you need to act like a proper, and she's like, yeah, I can do whatever I want. Give me a pack of cigarettes.
That, I'm a woman.
Yeah.
Like,
it's like,
okay.
Okay.
You go,
our heroes, ladies and gentlemen.
As characters that are very unique and have their own way of speaking and moving and thinking. The world building is amazing. You really feel like you are stepping into a whole other dimension when you read this series. The ending was very satisfying. This is one of the most fulfilling comic series I have ever read. Tom King is a freaking genius. So that's number 2.
Whoa.
You haven't read anything on the shelf behind you. Okay, got
I was about to say,
it.
Tom King is a freaking genius, and that's the most fulfilling you've felt after a book. Wow.
So clearly he never read his Batman run. He never read Heroes. He never read Heroes in Crisis. He never read the Batman Catwoman run. See, okay, I got you.
Jesus.
And I wasn't really expecting this to be my number 1 pick when I was looking at them all on the floor, but when I really broke it down into what mattered to me, for what
you threw them all on the floor, Kyle.
I threw them all on the floor, and I stepped on one, and I'm like, yeah, you're my number 1.
Closed his eyes and was just like, this one, yeah.
Comics great this year. The best choice was The Nice House by the Sea by James
Whoa, James Tiny Onion for the win, baby.
No.
The Nice House by the lake of by the sea by the house or by the mansion by the
last house on the left
house.
At the end of the street, last Friday the 13th on Elm Street.
Where the deviant lives.
No one's reading this.
Oh man. Well, let's hear him out. Maybe
that cover is so fucking stupid.
Oh god, it's so funny. It's so
looks like Adam Schiff.
Martinez Bueno. God. This is right up my alley, and you can especially tell by the way that it is very similar to the way it makes I've been writing. But even if
I love this book because I like it. It's like
it wasn't the kind of narrative that I'm really into. It's just amazing art. Some of the most impressive art that I have seen, whether it's in a comic or not. And the plot development moving from the nice house on the lake to the nice house by the sea is so captivating. And the character work is like the most introspective thing James Tynion IV has ever done. I feel like if I was friends with Tynion, he would know me way better than I know myself. And just once in a while, he would say something that cut me so deeply to the core of who I am as a person that I wouldn't even have known it, and it would just ruin me for weeks.
Clearly, he's never talked to him.
Bold statement, sir. So bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it pays off for him.
Don't meet your heroes.
Yes. He'll be very shocked. It's very much the opposite of that.
Especially when he was on that big panel of all the the marginalized communities or whatever that was. I forget what the thing was for that, but. Well,
he's bisexual. Is that why?
Oh,
I think that's what he was. Yeah,
he's like married and has a wife and kids, right?
I don't think is he married now?
I hope not. Is he married? Yikes!
He was dating. What was it? Sam Johnson, Sam whatever. Like the female.
Sam Wilson?
That looks like
Captain America.
Oh, Sam Wilson.
The female that looks like she's a dyke.
There's a lot of those.
Sounds like how many syllables?
When you said Sam Wilson, I got excited for.
Okay.
I swear that's one. I don't know what's
friggin' battery.
Hey, the kids book, the kids comic said that Sam Wilson, Captain America, was going to get the batteries for the community, for all the neighborhoods. Okay, so I don't
Sam
know
Johns. That's right. Sorry,
Sam Johns.
George.
Is Sam Johns a black guy?
No, Sam Johns is the dykey looking female.
Oh, okay. That definitely sounds like a guy name, though.
I will. No, it does. I thought it was a guy name. I will say that I met James probably 5 or 6 times, and had you asked me, I would have probably bet my life that was a flaming homosexual. And then I found out he's dating a woman. And I was
like, no, he's not. Shut up.
Was it like?
Actually, the way I found out was because Joe was telling me something, and he was like, yeah, he's dating Sam Johns, and that's why Sam Johns is writing those Batman backup books. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah. I mean, that makes sense. I get that. I guess that's why he would be on there. No, Sam is a girl. And I was like, you're fucking kidding. You're fucking kidding.
I like your impression of Joe. He seems much more feminine.
Sounds just like him. I was going to say, I thought Joe was here.
Yeah, Joe. We need to get Joe in here.
Yeah, we do.
Oh God, I would feel so terrible having to subject Joe to these numbskulls who say that Tom King's Wonder Woman is the best thing ever, when Joe understands Wonder Woman more than any other writer in comics right now.
I would pay to see his reaction. I would pay to see.
He'd be like, does this person have a brain injury? Or
did they actually
he'd
read
be very kind
this?
about it. Yeah.
Yes, he would.
He'd be like super kind while also like
completely
digging
destroying them. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. So we don't have time to look over the other videos, but I will just kind of briefly show off. We were going to go over Rock and Robbie, but to be fair,
his was actually solid.
I kind of like him. No, I'm kidding. But like, I mean, he's not. He's not as bad as I thought. Like his list would be.
Not even close.
His number one's got to be Tom King. It's got to be Tom King or what? Ram V.
It was some random one. I don't even.
It was the gyms, the whatever, the fucking.
Twisted Metal. No, Precious Metal.
Jacks this fucking guy off. So that makes sense.
Why can't I find the? There it is. Yeah, this was his number one. Hey, but look what he had as his number 2.
Yeah,
I mean,
shit,
that's where I had my number 3.
Me too. I think it's my number 2.
Yeah,
I think I had it as number 4. Yeah.
Again, this guy he wants access. He wants to interview these people, so he puts everything aside for that reason, because he wants to jack off with people on Precious Metal because he wants them on his fucking channel. He wants these fucking dipshits on his channel, so like he has to be like, oh, I gotta reach out to them and say, hey, I like your stuff.
He noticed me, senpai. He did put Wonder Woman, Absolute Wonder Woman, at number 4, and Helen of Windhorn at number 5. So those are both brutal. But he had Transformers on here. He had the one hand in the fisting of the 6 fingers of the Gaimons of the
It's a good book. That's all I'm saying. It's a good book.
There you go.
It sounds titillating in that article we were reading. I really want to really delve deep into this.
I hear in the book like he had to lick his own shit. So I mean that's right there.
You got me hook, line, and sinker.
Enticing. Right? He had Sacrificers on here. This is number 9.
Wow.
Like that's where mine was.
Wow.
Avengers Twilight at number 10. He did have Ice Cream Man. He did put that. Fortunately or unfortunately. And then he put Beneath the Tree, or not Beneath the Trees. Which one am I looking for? He did have Tom King's Wonder Woman at number 14.
Only 14. That is shocking because he said how prolific it is, and it's the greatest thing.
And poignant and nuanced.
Poignant and nuanced.
I might be getting him mixed up with somebody else, but I feel like he was shitting on Wonder Woman recently. So,
whoa!
I'll have to see if I can find it.
I'd be shocked if it was Robbie because he's done nothing but praise it more.
I think it was Robbie. I might.
No,
I'll find out.
No, because I do remember at first I thought he was actually getting more based because he was like, Tom King's run on Wonder Woman is not for me. It's not getting better. It's totally not what I want. And then once they had like the Cancer Kid moment where it was really weird, like there was a completely change of pace and
Yeah.
Robbie just completely turned face and was like, no, I love it. It's actually my favorite book now. But
Oh,
so much
yeah.
so that he has it as his like number one every week.
Yeah, it's turned.
So, yeah, I don't know what happened, but
Well,
maybe he got a
so,
call from
you
Mr.
can probably
himself.
assume somebody was
Maybe
not
he
very
got a
happy.
night letter. Oh.
Yes, he did.
Ooh,
And he would be somebody that has no fucking spine that would fold like a lawn chair. And be like, oh, never mind. I love this book now. It's amazing.
Well, he does have a comic shop that he was
Trust
20,
me.
30 minutes late to. The other
And he
day.
just shows up late, doesn't give a fuck. It's like, yeah, no.
Yeah. But yeah, he even put Savage Sword, which is odd because he didn't put the main title of Conan.
Yeah,
Better
What's
Conan
up?
up there? Okay.
I think he put it on there because the last few were written by Jason Aaron. I think that's why.
Jason Aaron.
Yeah.
And you kind of have to. Okay, yeah, that makes sense then.
You gotta kiss the ring.
Yep.
If it wasn't Rock and Robbie, which, like I said, wasn't as bad, so I didn't want to cover that one. It was going to be this guy, who.
Oh God, fuck my
Who
life.
is
This is the one I was referencing earlier.
Yeah, this one was bad. So, do you remember the young college kid who we gave shit to about like his favorite comic book ever was the X-Men comic where Bobby Drake quote unquote realizes that he's gay?
Mm-hmm.
That's who this kid reminds me of too.
Oh no. No.
Where he's just kind of some young guy who's just like, I like comics, Ultimate Spider-Man, and just kind of like says things with no real understanding of what it is that he's talking about, which is fine.
No,
but
it's not. How many subs does this piece of shit have?
6,000.
God damn it all to hell. Can we bully this kid off the internet?
I love that you haven't even watched the video yet.
I know.
But this is what's fascinating. So this type of content does really, really well. You get like a kind of indie, young-looking kid who's just like, I'm just quirky and I like comic books, man. I don't know. And like all of these 7.5 thousand views, 30,000 views, 5,000, 6,000, 8,000 views. Say again?
Is he buying these views?
No, these are just like legit from my understanding, because the interaction is there too. Like I think he also has a fair enough amount of comments that go with it. Even like his room tour, 55,000 views.
He has a room the size of my room. That would take 5 fucking seconds to go over it. What are you talking about?
And here's my room, and like that's
and
well,
there's
he
one
stretched
wall,
it out to 20
and one
minutes.
wall, and another wall, and there's the tour.
And that's it. That's my room. But yeah, man, like I said, remember the college kid who we talked about, a while back? Same thing. That kid had like thousands of subs, thousands of views, and it's just like.
But that kid got bullied off the internet after we made fun of him, right? That kid's not doing anything else.
I haven't seen him since. But.
Exactly. So.
But look, like,
all right,
best now comic book day ever. Like you can't even read the text on the thumbnail because best pickup POW.
Best POW comic
new,
book.
Best new comic book day ever. Sorry.
Best new.
But yeah, no, like the thumbnails are half-assed, but I think that's what people like because they want the authenticity or the idea of authenticity that looks and feels like I'm just a kid who likes comics, man. And
they want to be validated in the purchases that they're making. They want to have somebody tell them,
maybe
I feel safe in picking up Ultimate Spider-Man, Ultimate Wolverine, or whatever the fuck book out because I want somebody to tell me that I made a correct purchase. Yep. It's not you're fucking stupid. Like this book is not very good. Please skip it. But everyone else is saying it's great. I need to feel safe. And so let's go to this guy who will tell me how great I am.
Yeah, it's very much hello, fellow comic fans. But yeah, it could very well be that where I just spent, $25 on this 1 in 25, ratio variant for Ultimate Wolverine, and I really hope that it's a good book. Oh, there's a kid who really likes it too. I'm so glad I picked it up. Like, it's one of those. Kyle, is that kind of what you're saying?
Sure. Well, he's read comic for 6 months. What was his favorite books of 2024?
Exactly right.
What was his number one? You watched it?
I think it was Ultimate Spider-Man.
Shocking.
I think so too.
And it was every Ultimate book and then Absolute book in the top five or six. That's all I've read.
I can't remember.
It was Romits, Avengers Twilight,
Beneath the Trees Where No One Pees.
Geiger, but here it says Gooer.
Gooer? It says Goober? It's a Goober? Oh no.
No, Guer.
Gooer. I know the name of this book. It's Gooer.
Let's see. The Ultimates.
Oh wait, no, you gotta listen to him talk about this book though.
No.
Oh, you want me to? You want to play it?
Yeah, you gotta listen to him talk because part of this is just listening to him talk. Like, just.
Oops.
Amazing Man. Ultimate said we're moving on. Absolute Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman couldn't be any higher. But with that being said, we're moving on to number 6, my 6th favorite book of the year. We got The Ultimates. This is amazing, man. Ultimate Universe is fantastic. Marvel hasn't did everything I've been saying about the Absolute Universe. Marvel did it first, and that's just the reality of it. And they've been absolutely killing it, man. I mean, the Ultimate Universe 1 year in, one shot just came out recently, and it was unbelievable. That one shot alone was almost making top 10 look.
No.
Just a one.
So far, he hasn't actually reviewed anything. Am I right?
Like, he has a personal privilege.
That's but like, he hasn't actually said anything about like why he liked it.
That book itself, he said he's just talking about the Ultimate line in general.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Shot. So unbelievable. I actually have it right here.
Shocking.
Amazing. But
thank you.
The Ultimates is so freaking good. Denise Camp and I'm just gonna say the last name because I'm gonna butcher regardless.
Denise
Frigeri. I apologize, but Denise Camp and Frigeri are absolutely killing this book. I mean, it's such a unique take on the Avengers. Whether that's just the cast wise, where like Iron Man isn't even Iron Man, he's Iron Lad because his dad was actually Howard Stark was actually Iron Man. I mean, the Hulk is freaking Iron Fist, and like,
so he's just like, oh, and this character was this, and this character is this. Like, he's not saying, oh, I like the fact that they're adding these characters in because the dynamic between them actually adds some more conflict, or it actually adds tension, or maybe it doesn't do any of those, but I like now watching them interact with I don't know. That's okay.
Yikes. It's just an unbelievable, cool take on the Avengers, on the Marvel Universe.
I still don't know why, though.
It's a number 6 book. You can't even describe it. It's your number 6 book. Okay.
You can tell me the things that are objectively just, it's a book with these characters in it, but like, I don't know anything about why you like it. I don't know.
The stakes are amazing. The pacing is fantastic. I'm truly, like, the stakes are just so high. I'm truly worried, especially after these last few issues. The Makers Council is just unbelievably menacing. Who knows how the freaking Ultimates are going to stop them, but I cannot wait to find out. That's how good this book is. It feels like an MCU movie almost. It's just so
almost, not really.
That's okay. That's what did it. All right, there you go. That was what it was. Yeah. Hey, if it felt like an MCU movie, then it's got to be.
There you go. Right? Good enough for me.
Yeah.
Good or bad. It's like pizza. It's good no matter what.
Yeah.
Don't forget the almost, Max. Don't forget the almost.
It's almost like it's almost like slop. Yeah.
It is fantastic. And I honestly, it just missed the top 5, just because there's just so many. There were so many amazing books this year, and maybe if this book had started a little bit earlier in the year, so there was a few more issues, maybe I would have been able to sneak it into that top 5. But regardless, it doesn't matter. It's in the top 10, and it very much deserves to be. And this is the type of book that I honestly, if someone has it as their number 1 favorite book of the year, I can't blame you whatsoever. It is.
No, you don't.
That's a bold statement.
Oh no.
Oh man,
Oh,
if you had it as your
shit.
number one, I don't even blame you, man.
Oh,
I don't
yeah,
even
man.
blame you, man.
I get it.
Denny's Camp. Josh.
Oh.
The one hand.
I
with the
don't even
fist
know
and
if I
5
want to hear him try to
fingers.
describe this book.
He's smart enough.
Because-
He can figure it out, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Was that the one hand with the one in the pink too and his
Yeah,
six
the one
fingers
hand and the
book?
six
Fingering
fingers.
6 women at one time with a fist. And
Yeah. Ultimate Spidey. I mean, come on. It's got
course.
it's on everyone's list.
everyone has it. This guy got to too, right? Yeah.
I like
What is
Spider-Man.
What is it? What
I
are
like-
the few words he has about this, real quick? What's
Spider-Man?
Baby. I mean, it had to be on this list. If it's not on this list, now that's
No, he like literally just
It
said
had
what
to.
was-
Yeah, it had to be on this list.
Nope,
It had to
definitely.
be.
No one's paying me. It had to be on here, right?
favorite book of the year. You guys saw this coming. Some of you guys might have it higher on the list. You might hate on me for having it a little bit lower, but it's still top 5. It's still
Lower.
amazing. Every single one of these books in my top 5 are absolute 10 out of 10. So you can't get too mad at me.
10 out of 10.
They're all 10 out of 10. So what makes them what then why do
how
you even have a list at
Yeah, I
all?
was about to say, how do you separate them?
Yeah.
Yeah, we wondered who was
Ultimate-
writing these reviews on League of Comic Geeks. Here's
you
Yeah.
go.
Yeah. No real substance or articulation of how the comic book actually is either well written or well paced or like the why the art works. Like for my top 10 video, it's 30 minutes of like how I'm explaining why Roberto De La Torre's artwork masterfully is crafted within Jim Zub's writing and why the two of them actually coalesce perfectly together. Like I can articulate that because I've read these books, but
And because it's worth praising, because it is worth bringing up and explaining what makes it so good. This piece of shit, on the other hand, when you are lying to yourself because you know it's not good, or you're a retard and you don't know how to articulate a point, you just hold up book. This book good. I art good like stuff.
It's like Spider-Man.
Because everyone else said it's good, so I have to say it is good too as well. Also good.
Yeah, I mean, God bless him. God bless his heart. You know, but I mean, yeah, you're totally right. Most of League of Comic Geeks is probably filled with this type of fan, which is there's nothing wrong with that. Like Seinfeld said, there's nothing wrong with that. But
this is an example of someone just if they are indeed reading it, they're just reading it, but they're not thinking critically when they're reading it. They're not thinking.
Yeah.
They're not actively engaged with it. They're just reading the words, going through it.
And you know, in college, I remember doing that with a lot of the books that I read. I just thought like, cool, you know, and that's fine. But after a while, you really begin to read and start to comprehend and actually start to think a little bit deeper about what you're reading. And that's when you can really articulate why it is that the books that you like are the ones that you like and the ones that you dislike, or even objectively why a book is great, but you may not like it as much. But yeah, so let's hear a little bit more about what he has to say.
It's Spider-Man, baby. I mean, it had to be on this list. If it's not on this list, now that's ridiculous. If it's not, like, I could see a lot of people having it as their number one book of the year, and I can't blame you whatsoever. But in my opinion, like I said earlier, in my humble opinion, Ultimate Spider-Man is one of those books that just has to be on your top 10. Otherwise, I personally am a little bit confused on how not. Obviously, not everything.
Oh, he's confused about why it's not. Oh, well, good thing I made a video about it. So if you want to watch why it's not on my top 10, you're more than welcome to watch my top 10 worst books of
go over it.
2024. But, you know. How about you read it and you'll go, oh, that's why. I get it now.
Is for everyone. Everyone is different. Everyone has different tastes and everything like that. But Ultimate Spider-Man, Jonathan Hickman, Marco Cicchetto, I mean, it's just wow. And especially issue 12. Issue 12 that just came out this week as I'm filming this, the final issue of the year, the Christmas issue, was amazing. And Hicks.
Wait, you mean the one where there was no Spider-Man?
No Spider-Man? Yeah.
Yeah.
But he doesn't know that. He saw the cover and was like, Spider-Man's in there.
he's got a Santa hat on him.
Hickman was just straight flexing on us with his writing ability and everything like that. Dude's writing a family drama in that issue.
I hate this. Why is
he's flexing, bro?
Straight flexing,
bro.
Like
He's
actually,
straight
like actually,
no, like let Hickman like let him cook though, bro, because like he's straight flexing on us. Like I don't even know.
Straight
bro,
fire, bro. He's got that Riz.
Fire. I don't even know how you can't like Ultimate Spider-Man. Whew. Damn, this is rough. I'm just gonna skip to his top. Transformers. Was that his number one? Maybe Transformers was his number one. All right,
maybe I don't know. I tried to forget this douche knuckle.
Transformers. Trans.
Oof.
Oh man. Well, I'm sorry to have subjected you guys to those 4 videos, but chat and everyone who has been here tonight, thank you guys so much. And everyone who watches this later or watches the replay, thank you guys for watching. We this is what we do. We put on some entertainment, some laughs, some fun, so you guys can have a good evening. But yeah, anything else we want to mention before we hop out for this evening? I know we've been rocking and rolling for about 4 hours. So
I mean, just that, if you want to come take a bath, I've got my clawfoot bathtub in the garden.
Ooh. Promise you won't talk about it later.
No NDAs involved.
No.
Oh well, I can't promise that. The only thing I can promise is there's no safe words.
Ooh.
And butter.
Will I get butter?
I
will I get a book? Will I get to
my
write a
nickname is Butter? So what do you expect?
Oh, sign me up!
Ooh, let's spread that butter out. Oh yeah.
Oh, master. Okay.
Oh, I can't believe it's not butter. Yeah.
Oh no. All right. Well, with that being said, yeah, what a wild night. Neil Gaiman's accusations, some of the most cringy comic book takes, and that was just a surface level. Like I just typed in top 10 comics of 2024 and pulled like the top 4 on the search bar or whatever, and just kind of started watching and going, all right, I guess we'll talk about these. So yeah, the fact that we went through those, and then Captain America, I See You in My Hero or whatever that's called. That was wild. So, I'm just grateful for such a fun evening, and chat, you guys are hilarious as always. So thank you again for being with us live. And like I said, everyone who watches later, feel free to leave a comment below. Let us know what some of the worst takes were for you that you had heard, or some of the best comics that you read this year. So we would love to hear that. But other than that, yeah, Josh, I hear you've got that bath running for us. So I guess we should start getting ready for that. So
that's right.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh no. Dun, 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 dun. I can serve in many ways. God, we're all gonna die.
Yeah,
We are. We're not gonna make it if that's how. So.
No.
All right. Well, with that being said, good evening, everyone. Have a safe rest of the weekend, and a long weekend. We have the national championship, the inauguration of Donald J. Trump, our 47th and 45th president, and we also have Martin Luther King Day on Monday. So enjoy the day off, and it should be a good time. So take care, everyone.